government doesn't get any of their hands on it, enforce stuff like that. That is how you can get healthcare to be cheaper. There's a lot of places that they only accept cash. They're much cheaper than everywhere else.
I'm not going to disagree with you, Nick. Matter of fact, I see your point of view really clear. I have medical insurance and it pays my stuff, and that's what people want. But, I just had surgery, and you take a look at the bills. Somebody's just stepped in the surgery in the operating room for like 3 seconds, $10,000 for him, or it's just like really ridiculous that when you have insurance, they just throw in the kitchen sink. You're right, everything is inflated. There has to be another way. I don't know how you change the whole system right now, but I see your point of view. Definitely see your point of view. And you go ahead. You want to say something?
But there is a way to change it. Like, I hate to say I don't like Obama, I didn't like the healthcare, but what he said, one of his messages was actually right, where he said in his bill, it shouldn't be more than 8% of your pay, which 8 or 9%, something like that. I'm like, I'm okay with that. However, the problem is that before tax or after tax, and the other issue is, like, you get healthcare plans. Like, my company gives good benefits, so you pay whatever, let's say $100, $200 a month to cover a family of 4, $2,000, $3,000 dog, right? And you make 60 grand a year. You pay $200, $2,400 a year. Okay, whatever. Look at what percentage it is of their income someone makes 60 grand. Now, a bigwig executive that makes $300,000-$400,000 a year pays the same $2,400 a year for health insurance that the person that pays 60 grand. So, like, right now with Medicare, you pay 1.45% of everything, and your employer pays a 1.45% on their end. So you're already paying in about 3%. Okay, and if Obama was saying 9%, 8-9% to cover yourself, if you just told employers, hey, to insure each employee, it's going to cost you like 4 or 5% of their wages, and then you as an employee to always be covered pay like 3-4%. Do you know how many people would sign up for that? But that's not like our system set up. It's just so screwy.
And let me ask you a question, Nick. Do you believe from each according to their needs, to each according to their ability?
Ouch.
Just out of curiosity, do you agree with that statement?
What do you mean by that?
It's very simple. From each according to their abilities, to each according to their needs. Like, that's what you're explaining here.
Yep.
That's what I heard too. The communist
So
way of
you're
doing
a communist, right, Nick?
No, I'm not a communist. I bet you I'm more
That
capitalist.
is literally communism, what you're explaining.
That's not communism.
That is definitely 100% communism.
Go read my profile. Go read my profile, bro. You think
What you're explaining is a Marxist idea. I'm just being straight
it's
with
not
you.
a Marxist idea. It's a free market.
It's
No, it's
definitely
not. It's not free
No,
market.
it is. You buy your insurance the same way you buy your car insurance. Trump's a fucking communist too. Trump's not a conservative.
No,
You think Trump's
we
a
don't pay
conservative?
car insurance based off of our income.
Well, you do pay based on the car you own. And
Stick
healthcare
on health
benefits.
insurance.
That's a big difference.
No, you
So
don't.
the risk doesn't change.
No,
The risk doesn't change if I make $1 million compared to if I made $100,000. The risk doesn't change. It's still the human stuff based on their age.
Your car insurance rates also depend on a lot of different factors, not just the type of car you have, but
Your accidents.
your driving record, the area you live in, all types of shit.
So Nick, it's an awful idea. I mean, it's an awful idea. But the better solution would be taking out the middleman and allowing hospitals and doctors to be able to offer membership
I
programs.
already gave a solution. Pay cash for the basic stuff.
I don't think that one. Sorry.
I can already pay for the basics. So we already do. We have that option. So look, the idea would be I do that. I don't have health insurance. I pay cash. So look, and I've done it for 15 years. Ever since Obamacare came in place, I got rid of healthcare. So let me explain though. The way to do it is take out the middleman and allow hospitals and doctors to offer membership programs rather than having a company called an insurance company have to pay my bills. Now we can still keep private insurance, allow for group programs and stuff like that, but you can make co-ops between hospitals and doctors from region to region and group to group areas where I could be able to get service if I was in another location. But generally speaking, we don't have to have a middleman that pays the bills. I could buy this same membership program, like a gym membership program, from my local hospital or my local doctor. That would at least cover me, 85% of the time that I'm,
What do you do with Medicare or Medicaid?
Cancel that.
No, so Nick, because I need to say something. So I work in Medicare. And I don't think you understand what it was like before Medicare, the high deductibles. They don't have coverage for pre-existing conditions. So Medicare was created for seniors. Hold on, Nick, if you give me yourself. Medicare was created for seniors specifically because they were being denied coverage, they were being denied surgery, they were being denied certain treatments because they didn't have coverage for a pre-existing condition. That's what it was like before Medicare. It was very hard for seniors to get that coverage. So Medicare allowed that. Medicare, you can also get Medicaid if you are low income. So you can get a dual plan, whether it's you have a healthcare dual, WellCare dual. Alignment Heart and Health Plan has a dual plan, so it allows seniors who haven't put in that work that you are suggesting for them to get an employer plan. They haven't put in that time that Medicare had that you were supposed to work to get Social Security or whatever the case may be. So there are times where people are disabled that cannot qualify for certain coverages because they haven't put in those hours that Social Security and Medicare force you to have for you to get signed up. So I think Medicare is very, very important. Our senior population is completely just forgotten about. Their age is blamed on their sicknesses, their illnesses. So Medicare is very important for our senior population. We just keep forgetting it.
No, but if you pull everyone together, the problem is with Medicare is everyone high risk goes into it. If you go read Ron Paul's book, he never took any insurance, and insurance bills or hospital bills started going up since they implemented Medicare. Anytime the government gets involved, the cost goes up and the quality goes down.
Let me ask you, after the deductible is paid, how much do people put into their hospital bills with Medicare? Do you know the percentage?
I have no clue.
Okay, so there's a deductible when people get onto a health insurance. You have a deductible. Usually it's like $1,200 to $2,000. Once you pay that deductible off, so say you're going to an office and you get blood work done, or you're just getting your checkup, or you're getting an ECG done, or EKG, I'm sorry. You would pay off that deductible. After you've paid off that deductible, you are responsible for 20% of the bills, while your insurance covers 80% of the bills. That's why it's important, because the deductibles before Medicare were like $10,000 to $15,000, to where they couldn't even afford their bills. And Medicare, it allows you to have just the percentage that you pay, 20% and 80%. That's important. So they're not paying that much anymore than they were without Medicare.
Look, Medicare is bankrupt. We can't afford it. I'm telling you, like the unfunded liabilities. Look at the price of gold as of recently. Like, I'll say one thing about this stock market and Trump. He's been very good to me financially. I love him, and I love Biden. Like, both of them have. They've made me a very rich man. But I could capitalize on the stupidity of these politicians. But I'm just saying, look at how the unfunded liabilities of Medicare. It's not sustainable. It's just not. It's a Ponzi scheme, and everyone that's high risk goes on it. And I do agree with Joe. We probably should be paying cash for the basic services, but if we did it that way, it would be cheaper. Just go to YouTube Oklahoma's surgery center. It's a surgery place where they only accept cash, and they were showing a local hospital. A guy had to get carpal tunnel, or a lady had to get carpal tunnel surgery. It was $28,000. This guy did it for $3,000, and she told her employer, and her employer actually, because because they were a self-insured plan, her employer paid for the like procedure because she's like, it's that cheap.
Yeah, so the reason.
Yeah, that's an employer claim. I'm like,
Oh, sorry, Pocket. The
No, no,
reason is, I just wanted to add this. The reason it's cheaper to pay cash to a doctor or a hospital, well, it's to private practice doctors. Let's be clear about that. Hospitals don't get that much cheaper when you go to the hospital with cash. But the reason why is they don't have to deal with the paperwork for the insurance companies. Oftentimes, while you're sitting there waiting, because a cash customer gets right in and right out immediately. But while you're sitting there waiting for those 2-3 hours in the lobby and in the waiting room, a lot of times they're just on the phone line trying to get approval from your insurance company if they're going to pay for it or not ahead of time. So insurance has definitely created a false inflation in health, but it's not just health. It occurs in everything insurance touches. And we have a larger problem with insurance, greater than just health insurance, that I think we'll have to come to addressing one day. And most of it is just, they need to pay their damn bill.
I just want to answer a question to James in the chat. There is an age limit for Medicare. It's 65 and over, or unless you had a disability for over 2 years and you've been getting Social Security checks from, or SSDI. So yeah, there is an age limit for Medicare, and specifically for seniors or people who are disabled.
But the thing is too, is like Social Security too is the biggest Ponzi scheme ever. Like, like Japan's having that problem right now. It works when you have more people paying in than drawing out. But when the pyramid now goes to baby boomers, when you have more people drawing in than out, I mean that's going to be depleted in like 12 years. I'm not even depending on it, but to me, I don't need it. But I think they're eventually just going to means-based test people, and it's just going to be like a welfare type program.
Nick, I agree with you about the Medicare is failing, but like I said, the solution isn't as easy as you said, especially not a communist plan. It's just it's not going to change over. It's well, whatever it was, you can't change it overnight. And you're right, it's going bankrupt. I don't know, because our politicians sold us a bill of goods, and that's what happens. There's big trouble.
Switzerland doesn't have.
Never hear people criticizing the.
Switzerland has like the longest life expectancy. Same with Singapore, and everyone gets healthcare and it's not government run.
Hold on for a second now. How come I never heard people criticize Obamacare or Obama when he made it a provision that if you didn't have insurance, by the time that you filed your taxes, your ass was penalized for that shit. They were forcing people to get that crappy ass goddamn coverage.
Yeah, that is stupid.
We're not even talking about the deductibles, the highest deductibles. Right? Think about it. People who didn't have a job, people who were unemployed, people who were low income could qualify for Obamacare. But if they used it, then they had a high-ass unreasonable deductible that was too high for them to fucking pay. It was a trap from the word go.
Yep.
Then if your ass didn't have it, by the time you filed taxes, your ass got penalized for it. It was a tax. How come people never criticized Obama for it?
Oh yeah, they're idiots like that. You know that guy Aram? He thinks that was the greatest thing ever because more people were insured. Well, yeah, when you put a gun to people's head, I mean, but there's a loophole a lot of people don't know in the Obamacare bill. It's called the millionaires loophole. So what you can do is like, let's say you're 60, 61, wanting to retire and can't get Medicare till you're 65. If you have a Roth IRA, take as much money as you can out of it for like 3-4 years or live off of it for 3-4 years and show very little income. Like you can show like maybe $12,000 a year. you can get every government subsidy out there. Because I know a guy that's worth like, I don't know, like $4.5 million. And I told him, he's like, well, I don't know if I can retire because of health insurance. Like, no. I go, show nothing. And this guy qualifies for food stamps. He qualifies for Medicaid. He only pays like $50 a month for health insurance, or $100 a month for health insurance for he and his wife because of this Obamacare millionaires loophole. Because the Obamacare bill bases your insurance on your income, so it only shows like $20,000 a year. And very few people know about this loophole. But I know a good tax.
Yeah, the whole world knows about the loophole. The whole world's collecting from the government food stamps. People, everybody knows about all the loopholes. That's why we're going bankrupt. Everybody's collecting bullshit. No, please. Everybody knows about those loopholes.
Then how come like very few people understand how like corporations can pay no income tax? I come on this app and people are clueless.
I think everybody who's gone to business school understands that. If you don't understand,
You want to know freedom and you want to know
post-secondary education,
exactly your fucking
who don't go through this American school system, this is extremely basic stuff.
Go back to your fucking communist country, okay?
The fact that you think this is like interesting, profound information.
We know that you're here to troll and add no value to any room.
I mean, I'm literally saying what Jules is saying, so I guess Jules is here to troll too then.
I'm not a communist. If you are,
He is, that's the problem. He lives in like the People's Republic of Canada and he tries to criticize American politics. And then he's very fucking stupid.
Sure.
He said that like he hopes Canada's gonna sell all their stock in the U.S. market, and then they're gonna send our stock market tanking. Which is, if he had any brains, it's illegal to do. So yeah.
It's illegal.
Remember,
Under what? International trade law? The thing that Trump
No,
shit
you
on all day long?
you can't. If you own stock in, like, if you're heavily invested in a country, you can't just sell it off. Just like Warren Buffett can't sell all stock in Berkshire Hathaway.
But you said it's illegal. You mean they shouldn't?
It is.
Illegal, but which law?
It's illegal.
Talking about?
Yeah.
Let me fact check it. I don't believe that that's illegal.
Yes, it is. Go read it in their fucking 10K. If you don't know anything about SEC reporting and securities and exchange, which you don't, because I've worked in that area, you can't just sell off all your stock. Bezos can't sell off all the stock in Amazon. You know what that would do to the stock price?
But wait,
There's laws
those
against
laws apply to Canadian government-owned U.S. bonds?
Yes.
No, it doesn't. No, we're in Canada.
I said,
So I don't care about your bonds. Laws. These aren't bonds. They're not even stocks.
Your country.
You don't even know what you're talking about. You don't know the difference between bond and stock. I'm not talking about stocks. Nobody ever mentioned stocks. Exactly. Yeah, but we're not talking about stocks in this case. It's not stocks. It's stocks.
But I was talking about stock.
Okay, but it doesn't own American stocks. The threat is not.
They're heavily invested.
Okay, but you don't even understand the threat then. The threat is not that Canada's going to sell off American stocks. It's that the Canadian government and the Japanese government are going to sell off American bonds. That's not illegal, Nick. And it's not illegal to sell off American stocks if you're not American. I don't know where you're getting this information.
Yes, it is, because they have mutual funds with them. And how the funds work. Okay, what was Charles the communist?
Hey folks, can I chime in on the healthcare system? Can you hear me?
Aaron, speak up a little bit. You're kind of low.
Sure. Can I chime in my 2 cents on the healthcare system?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you. I just graduated from a master's in public health, and I would love to hear from Critic my take on the healthcare system. And this is not specific to US, it's mostly Western medicine. And how I see it, the root cause of the problem of healthcare being really expensive goes back to the number of medical students that get to become a doctor, right? It's almost like an oligopoly, right? There is a limit to the number of medical students who can come in, and then that creates a bottleneck, and then they can charge more and more. But let's say if the government had a plan to increase that size, I'm sure you're all aware of shortages of doctors and nurses we have. The government had a plan to, let's say, level or maybe increase the number of medical students who can get in, then do a residency, right, by even 50%. Then in 10 years from now, you have many doctors, the number of patients that they see in cities will go down, then they are going to be more willing to move to the remote areas of the country. So the rural health would improve, right? And then the other solution that can also be incorporated is the use of AI to increase the productivity of doctors. And believe how much time they spend on documentation, right? If the documentation, the manual tasks are given to AI, doctor can spend more time with their patient and also see more patients. So I'm just curious to get your feedback and see, right? If there's anything I'm missing here.
Yeah, Aria, what you said, it actually is not true. Um, did you say you just graduated from MPH?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, that's interesting because I know that they, like one of the assignments they give people to do in the classes is to see if this works, but it's a very complex scenario. I don't know if you're in US or not. It's a very complex scenario in US, and increasing the number of doctors will not actually lower the cost of healthcare. It's actually it's a very complicated situation. It's not something you can like talk about it in like 5-10 minutes. But one of the reasons of it is cost of education in America.
Well, the
If
cost,
you go to medical school, if your parents are not paying for your school from the day that you start, like from when you get your diploma, if you're not on grants, from when you start, going to university for your bachelor and all the way till the end of your presidency, by the time you're done, you have at least $300,000 student loans. So increasing number of doctors will not lower the cost of healthcare because it's just not going to work like that. One of the reasons is that.
I totally
That's
agree
one
with
of
that.
one of its reasons.
I totally agree that the cost of tuition is a lot high, and if you look historically, that has not been the case. Look at the charts, the cost of education is going up and up. But I don't see how that will have a causal relationship with, with that negates the argument or negate the solution.
Well, it's very important because you can open medical school doors to everyone. Like you can just even take MCAT and everything out and say everybody can go to medical school. Come on in and go in. If you lower the income of a medical doctor, then nobody wants to become a medical doctor. It's not even profitable at this moment to be a doctor. Most of people who go and become medical doctors or any doctors, after a decade when they're done with their school, they regret it because the amount of time, money, stress, everything you put in, and then what comes out of it, and the stress of the work, it doesn't work out. But the cost of school, cost of drugs, the cost of drugs is one of the main reasons why healthcare is so expensive. The cost of like equipment, like do you know how expensive it is to put an MRI machine or like an X-ray machine in your like practice? Like it's a complicated thing. Just simply increasing the number of doctors will absolutely not decrease the cost of healthcare. I promise you that.
I'm interested in learning about the arguments against that, and one thing you mentioned was when it's not profitable to become a doctor. Can I ask you what's the average salary of a family doctor?
It's different in every state, though.
No, in the U.S.
I don't know, you have to Google it, I don't know what the average is.
100,000 or more, right?
I don't think so. I don't think so because you can hire a medical doctor for $60 an hour right now in Los Angeles. And Los Angeles is one of the highest paid jobs. So I don't know. I have to look that, but you're including like plastic surgeons and a lot of other stuff into this, and $200,000 when you have a $300,000 student loan minimum. Some people have $500,000 student loan when they finish school, and then you have like a what 6 to 8, 9% interest rate on that coming. Like, trust me, with this cost of living, and then out of that 200K, like almost half of it will go for tax. No, do you know what the cost of living is in LA? You want someone to spend like 12 years of their life going to school, and then at the end of it, like have what 7, 8 thousand a month as income? It won't.
I have the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistic website open in front of me, and it's showing the mean annual wage for doctors is $240,000 for family medicine positions. So let's say if a doctor graduates.
You can't even lower that. 200,000 is nothing. You know how much the Congress members get paid? 185,000.
Can I finish my sentence? Let's say if a family doctor, has graduated with 500K student loan, right? Student debt, and they graduated, their annual wage is 240K, right? They can put down maybe 20%, 30% of their annual salary, and they should be good paying their debt in 5, 10 years. So it's definitely profitable. And if the family physician is like on the lower side wages, if you're talking about surgeons, they make 500K, 600K easy.
Your math is so off. The fact that you're trying to argue that they can pay off their student loan in 5 years, 10 years, where there's absolutely not a single person doing that. No, they can't do that. Because even if you make, let's go with the 250 that you said. Let's say with the 250 that you said, how much of that is going to be gone for tax? What do you want to take? 40%, let's say 35, 40%, whatever. Just take of it. Take 10% of it for the student loan that they have to pay back, and then do the cost of living and see how it all works out. A doctor that makes $250,000 a year, I'll tell you right now, that's going to be the doctors living in big cities. Right now, renting a 2-bedroom apartment is going to be like what, $5,000 in Los Angeles? You know the doctor's not going to go live somewhere like that's not nice. Like,
okay, let's agree to disagree on the profitability of becoming a doctor.
But I'm just telling you, because you brought your Master of Public Health into this, my whole point, this is why I didn't want to have this argument with you. My point was that nowhere in Master of Public Health degree or the education, they teach you that increasing the number of doctors will decrease the cost of healthcare because it has nothing to do with
Absolutely,
that.
they don't teach you. I totally agree with you that they don't
Exactly, and
teach
that
you.
because that's
I'm
not even
thinking
correct.
I'm thinking from the first principles here. I'm not
But
saying
that's
that
not
they taught
correct.
me that. But you have to give me an argument against that.
I think having too many doctors, increasing number of doctors won't lower the cost of medical equipment.
Supply and demand.
Increasing,
You don't agree with the concept of supply and
now
demand.
you're doing what you said I was doing, which is like speaking while I'm speaking. But
I'm sorry.
the main three reasons that cost of healthcare is high is the cost of education. That's one of them. The other reason is high cost of drugs, which is irrelevant. If you increase number of doctors, it won't lower the cost of drugs. And then the last of it is the cost of medical equipment. So I don't know how, like, increasing number of doctors would change any of those three factors, but.
Concept of supply and demand.
I just wanted to ask you a question. Is it Araya?
Aria.
Aria? I just was wondering where you were living or where you went to school.
I prefer to remain anonymous. That's okay with you.
So that's fine, but what country are you in?
U.S.
And did you go to school in the US?
Correct.
And are you going to be practicing in the US and working in the US, or are you going back home?
I'm not really sure.
Last question, has the US given you everything?
No, not really. I paid
Great question.
a huge amount of tuition.
You paid what tuition? I didn't hear you.
A huge amount. Yeah.
He said he has the luxury of paying tuition.
Why don't you go to a cheaper school in your own home country? You're obviously here for a reason.
That's
But I
why
mean,
because the university that I went to in the U.S. has better ranking and better professors. The quality of education matter.
So then it's
What
your fault.
country? I want to know what country you were in before.
I prefer to remain anonymous.
Why? What do you gotta hide?
It's not hiding, it's remaining anonymous.
Why?
Put your face on it.
What
so-
country? What country?
Is it a Middle East country?
Yeah.
Is it a Middle East country?
Is it Haiti? Is it Iraq? What?
He sounds like he's Iranian,
Oh, here we go.
How does that matter? Is that
which is
Start
weird
speaking Farsi.
because believe it or not, Iran has very good public health
Yeah.
programs. Very, very good public health.
It only matters because you're not telling us.
Okay, so I came up with an argument on how we can improve healthcare. And now the question is about who is my, like,
The reason I'm asking you that is I'm trying to figure out how you have no concept of money and how you don't know how expensive it is to live in the United States and about taxes and if people have student loans, how much they have to pay each month for their student loan and how long it really takes and how long it takes to pay off your student loan and buy a car and have housing and buy groceries and get insurance, like all the stuff. I just feel like you have no concept of that. That's why I was asking all those questions.
That's the problem with going to school because they don't teach you anything about money. And like people with PhDs, or PhD stands for one thing, poor, helpless, and desperate. Because the worst thing you can do is go to school because the reason why they don't teach you about money in school is teachers are broke. And how can broke people teach you about money?
Amen to that.
Amen. That's why I'm not broke, but I don't have any money.
Those are some wise words right there.
Yeah, I make tons of money, but I'm still broke because my teachers and my parents were broke.
Doctor, I'm with you. I'm with you with that. Like, they don't teach you anything about finance in schools these days. You know what I mean? Like, unless you're specifically.
Actually, they do. I mean, my kids' schools, they taught them finance. They actually
But it's
made them.
rarity, though, right? I mean, like in general, they don't. You know what I mean? Maybe your situation, though. And that tends to lead to a lot of people, like Doctor's saying, is like he made a lot of money, but then he lost it all, right, Ricky?
I didn't lose it. I know where it is, but I still make a lot of money, and I still don't have any money because no one ever taught me. Even though I'm obviously brilliant, as you all know, no one taught me how to. I'm joking, but no one taught me, including my parents or my teachers, what to fucking do with it.
Yeah, like Richard, to your point, a lot of people, and to Sarah's point, they get a PhD or this advanced degree, and they're like, we've been paying on it, and my loan was like 50,000, and now it's 70. Well, do you understand the difference between principal and interest? Like your car loan or your mortgage or whatever, so much goes towards principal and so much goes towards interest. It's like you spent $200,000 a year and you can't understand something I learned in 12th grade algebra. I mean, come on. But to your point, Gigi and Ricky and all you guys, like, they're getting better about teaching kids about money and financial literacy, but I mean, I learned on my own, and I learned from my parents, and I read a lot of books on it because that shit just interests me, but yeah, it's really sad, and I think it's just a failure in our whole school system. There's also another app out there, it's called Scholly. I don't know if you guys ever heard about it, but you basically put in like all your credentials when you're in high school, like ACT scores, GPA and everything, and it shows you every single scholarship that's available for you. And there was a kid, he didn't have the greatest GPA, maybe somewhere in the 3.0s, but he qualified for $88,000 worth of scholarships because there's a lot of these stupid scholarships for like $1,000 that no one applies for, and they think, well, it's just $1,000. Well, you do 10 of them, that's $10,000. And so it's like you spend, a couple hours doing that, you made like, $3,000 an hour just like filling out scholarship forms. But again, they don't teach you that in class in school because they want to have you learn gender pronouns and a male can go into a female's bathroom and you can identify as anything you want.
And getting back to what Sarah was saying, is I agree with you, Sarah, that having more doctors is not going to make the cost of medicine less. It is everything that you stated, so I agree with you.
100% right. And by the way, the reason why this country's in such bad shape, country owes a lot of money. But like we were talking, individuals don't know, kids don't know. They don't know. Kids shouldn't have credit cards. I mean, who the hell is paying 25%, 30%? People making no money. It's all bullshit. Kids paying minimum monthly payments are paying off nothing, let alone big loans for colleges.
Yeah,
No concept of money.
Jules, like the thing is that they just openly, like, let's say an 18-year-old kid wants to start a landscaping business, and he's got some customers, he needs to buy some equipment, right? And he goes to the bank for $10,000, $10,000, $20,000 to buy some lawn equipment. The bank denies him, even though like he has a record book of consistent customers and whatnot. But if that kid goes to the bank and says, I want a student loan to get a degree in East Asian Studies for $20,000 with no intention of finishing, they go and they give them that. No questions asked. So that's why like some of these younger kids, I'm reading stories, they're taking out student loans to buy equipment for like their businesses. Because they might get a lower interest rate or whatever. It's a horrible system, because think about it.
What is it? Do the banks think if you're going to school and you can't pay off your loans, that the government's going to come in and pay it off for you?
No, it is. It was Obama that backed him. He said, yes, foreign banks, the government backed them.
That's it right there. Banks aren't idiots. They're not giving away money. They'll make loans, and they'll make loans to where they know they're going to get paid off.
Yeah, they want to make money themselves.
Do you know how many students I've reported to financial aid? Like they've just come to school to just get money. They don't show
Sarah,
class.
Are you telling me about the Pell Jumpers, that once you get the Pell Grants and jump?
yeah, Pepe, they go and there was a girl saying that she used student loans to go get breast implants and a lip job.
That's normal. I worked at a university so I was an academic advisor. This is like over a decade ago, but yes, this was something that even like employees would do. They realized you can get a Pell Grant, you can withdraw at a certain date. Really, the repercussions are zero. And they would do things like at that time. It was getting things like a boob job was fairly common.
Yep.
A lot of students, that's one thing they do, but not just that. A lot of students, they take classes in college just so they can apply for loans. This is not the grants, this is the loans. It's the same thing as those people who open credit cards and they don't care, they don't pay them. So they just get loans and they can keep doing it. In states like California, it's like really, really annoying because they don't monitor them, they don't care. It's states like California.
Well, how do they get around it though? Because like the student loans are federal, so like I know you have like Navient and Sally Mae, if I recall correctly.
I think it's Navient all right now.
So they were they like literally have a stranglehold on. They know what you've taken out and haven't paid, and so.
No, but unless if you're in school, there are no loans due. When you're not in school, you can defer for years. Like I think you can defer.
You can defer, yes, you can defer, but what's not going to happen
is you can go back to school and take classes, and you can take as much loan. There's no maximum on how much loan you can take.
So what do they do, Sarah? What do they
Yeah, there's not a maximum, but if you got loans for okay, so you're allocated a certain amount of funding for a certain number of credits. So you can't, if you're not like graduating, you can't take out more loans. So if you took out the max for like, for example, a bachelor's degree, which obviously you can't move on to a master's because you never got a bachelor's, they're not going to, in perpetuity, allow you to just keep on taking out loans to complete your bachelor's degree. If you haven't, there's a maximum you can take out. For a bachelor, for a degree, there absolutely is.
You can go to community college. Listen, you can go to community college. This is not even university. You don't even study for degrees. And you can take classes for 7 years, 10 years. I've seen it up to 7, 10 years I've seen. It doesn't mean you can't do it for longer. I just don't know anyone who's done it for longer. I know people who've been in community college for 7 years, they can take classes. Let me finish. They take classes, and then I think it's 2 semesters in a row that you cannot go below 12 units or fail them. And then if you don't fail them for 2 semesters, then you can actually do it again for the 3rd semester. So like they go take classes. They just take different classes. They take art, they take history, they take English, they take whatever classes they want. And then sometimes they come and take my classes, and I'm like, why would they take my class when this is the hardest class? Like, who takes anatomy and just hoping that somehow they pass? Like, it doesn't make any sense, you know? So they just do that. But you can do that as long as you want. You don't need a degree. This is California.
I promise you can't do that. Like, we had to work.
You can do it in California, though.
Okay, we were assigned literally financial advisors we had to work with.
But your state is different, though. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, but it's the loans are all federal.
I know, but there are loopholes. I'm guessing this is probably.
There's not a loophole for any state.
This is probably
We have to deal.
Mom wanted to send this completely to states. I'm guessing. I don't know.
No, I promise you, there was not a loophole for states. Literally, because the funding had to be approved at the federal level. You were only allowed to get so much in student aid when it came to, per credit, depending on which university you went to. In perpetuity, you could not just for example, if you got student loans for an undergraduate degree, let's say you got the maximum funded or approved loan for 16 credits, but you so happen to only graduate or finish 2 classes and got 6 credits. You weren't able to, that was going to count against the total of the 120 credits you're generally allotted. And so you couldn't just continually get funding for a full semester as if you were going to get 15, 16, whatever, depending if you had a science class that had a lab or whatever. You were not going to be able to continually get that. And so California could not stifle that.
Then I don't know. But I'm looking, I don't know if this is right. It says annual limit for direct subsidized, but the direct subsidized, that's like for graduate degree, I would think. I don't know. All I know is, but the thing is, I've seen it. I've seen students in school for, I know people who actually done this. I've seen people who went to community college for 6, 7 years, and I guess you can apply for grant the first couple years, you can do grants, and then I think I would assume it probably covers for like 5 years or something, even that maximum amount.
Don't you guys see what you're saying? That the school system, the loan system, the credit card system, the medical system, it's all corrupt. It's all.
How is it corrupt? How is it corrupt? Here's the thing that's annoying about
Well,
what you just said.
you're not supposed to be a student for the rest of your life. Just keep taking money. Sarah, if I'm not misunderstanding, you're saying.
Yes, you're not supposed to. You're not supposed to keep on taking money to be a student that you're never paying back. To take money for classes you never complete and never pay back.
Right, people are trying to jog the system. People are irresponsible. They rack up credit card debt. They rack up medical debt. They rack up debt for their schools. And then all of a sudden, they go bankrupt. And who pays it? The taxpayer pays it. This is the game that's played in America. We have illegal immigrants are getting money. Everyone's getting money. Everyone's getting, well, you just put on Judge Judy. You see every criminal in the world who are robbing the system and then suing someone else for more money. This is what's going on in America. There's no responsibility. See, I got Sarah. I got you exactly what you're saying. That people go to school for a million years. As long as the check is coming in for education, they'll buy a car. They'll go on dates. They'll do whatever the hell they want with their money. People have no responsibility. This is why the whole country is going bankrupt. This is why our national debt is sky high. The people don't have responsibility. Congress don't give a fuck. They spend money. We're just a mess. I mean, I see what's going on. Taxes are too high. Taxes are going to go up higher because now we've got to pay them.
Gotta keep the taxes, guys.
This is so much. This is so much.
I do
Let's
think
go with the.
contribution should be lowered in America because it's probably.
Yeah, I think it should be kind of just like it is in Israel. Like it maybe should be free. We only let the competent. We should only let the competent and capable fucking people into the fucking schools, not a bunch of fucking DEI and admissions into the schools.
That's how it is in Germany. No, you're dead on right. Like you only go to school like 10th grade in like either Denmark, Germany. Because I was talking with some coworkers, because I work for a German company, and they were saying that to your point, they take like a competencies. I can't say it.
Exam.
Yeah. And they see like
in middle school.
yeah, you're not capable to be like college material. You go become a plumber or go into the trades, so you still have a chance, right? So instead of going to
But that sounds like a eugenics program. It's like the Nazis. You can't do that.
You guys are hovering over the target, but you're not hitting the target yet. So I will help you. The reason that school is so fucking expensive is because of all the last 10 minutes of description from all of you people that work in the universities and in the college system. The reason why it costs 80 grand to complete a semester is because the colleges know that the loan is guaranteed by the U.S. government, so it's going to get paid. So they raise it.
No, you're 100%. You're 100% correct, and that is the biggest scam. That has been the biggest scam. Is that colleges know that they're basically going to raise their tuition to the point where people can max out on their student loan that are federally be allowed and they can be funded for it. And so, you're 100% correct. And some of the most disgusting shit is if you look at like the universities in France, Germany, Israel, whatever, what the universities do is they try to make it like a quote unquote experience. And so they're going to offer all of these stupid fucking amenities. We're just like, no, these are places of education. We don't need to pay for all of this shit. That's a really weird thing too. Is that like, why are these left leaning, these Absolutely, and I'm talking about whether it's a state university or it's a private university. They have these leftist ideologues that run these fucking places, and yet whether it's Harvard, whether it's University of Pennsylvania, whether it is Yale, or any state school, why is it that they love getting their endowments, they love making sure they can milk the federal government for all of the student aid dollars. These people are fucking parasitic. I mean, these are like the most exploitative capitalists that you've ever fucking encountered. And then yet I see them like kind of cheerleading on the side, how like, oh yeah, we're fuck the USA, we're pro, like whatever the fuck it is, fuck the Jews, fuck white people, fuck everybody,
Because, Pepe, because they're elitists, Pepe. They think that their shit doesn't stink, if you ever heard that expression. These Ivy League schools should be taxed on their endowments that they have. They get away tax-free. Why? Because their teachers, their professors get $300,000 a year to teach an hour a week. It's all bullshit. You're right. You're 100% right. It's all the liberal bullshit, and the liberals are the ones who complain about rich people. When they're the rich people, and they own, Bernie Sanders owns 3 houses, and there's 2 people in his family. Give me a fucking break.
I think we should abolish private property, just like socialists like himself say, and
No, that's not the answer.
No, but he's a so-called socialist, so I think maybe the people should have an uprising. They should resist the tyranny and the parasitic capitalists, and then just take over his properties. I mean, and maybe I'm just going by. But if I'm a socialist, I think I want what Bernie wants. Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders. He wants. We should quote unquote. It's not my quote, but socialists like to say kill the rich. And here's this piece of shit, a rich, very comfortable motherfucker that pushes this socialist agenda, and he makes me sick. He absolutely sick. The fact that you go to the Soviet Union and you say like, I like the Soviet Union, despite how they were treating people. They persecuted every religious minority. If you had a Bible or you were a Jew, they don't fucking care. You got in trouble and couldn't. I don't know. Would any of you like to live in the Soviet Union? I don't know. Maybe you guys don't think it's tyranny because you guys are brainwashed. But
my relatives fled the Soviet Union, and thank God. You're 100% right. Let the socialists live in a socialist country. How's that?
Because they're not supporting them.
Go ahead, Z. Go ahead.
I'm just surprised that they're not deporting people to Soviet Union at this point. Who knows? Maybe it's funny.
That might happen.
well, the Soviet Union.
That's because the Soviet Union doesn't exist. That's why. That's why they're not deporting them.
Let me say something about the DEI that Pepe you brought up. So those same students that they're like scamming the system, and they don't show up to class or they don't come to take their exams, but now they have to like pass the class, or like they have to pass the class, or like if they fail the class, I should say they attended the class, but now they didn't come to class, right? Now those students want to use the fact that they're minority. This is not every student, but I do run into this very often. That same students use their race, being minority, being a single mother, being older, or like single dad, doesn't matter. They use these things. They come to me, try to get me like under DEI, except that, hey, you missed 10 classes, but I'm not going to say you missed 10 classes. Pocket, I'm being very serious. Like, no, but this is very important. They come to me and they're like, well, look, I have 3 kids. I have to work. I have 3 dogs, this, that.
Bullshit.
Jules, wait. They say that, right? And they want me to feel bad for them. So I don't, because if you fail the class, but you show up to a class, like you meet the attendance, it doesn't mess up with your student loans. But if I say the student didn't meet the class hours, it will mess up with their student loan. So then I tell them, no, sorry, you should have thought about that, from
I
the beginning.
think that here's what's missing with liberals is you had like Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who's like obviously a fucking liberal, and she had children. She was obviously like a very smart yet shrewd woman, and it's like she was able to accomplish this. And it's just like, okay, here's your liberal hero that all of you women like to talk about. Look what she was able to do. Look what she was able to do as a mother, as somebody who still went to law school. Through the judiciary, she put herself up. She became a Supreme Court justice. I don't know. I just, it's like the amount of bitching I hear from the left. It's an asinine, and like we can't. Like none of us want to lower standards. At the end of the day, I understand some of us will have our ethnic or racial grievances, and we think there's some kind of social justice. But if we are to be an automobile accident, for example, we would want competent police officers, competent firefighters, paramedics, show up, go to an ER full of competent people. We just want shit to work. And the fact that this is the kind of rot we've had in America. It's just like identity politics has ended up completely, basically making it so that we cannot make sure that things run functionally.
Yeah, it's making it more dysfunctional. Like, you're totally spot on, that it's ridiculous. So, like, the, woke stuff is it's counterintuitive to what I think America's about, in my opinion.
Now it is. Never was like that. Sarah, they want to game the system, Sarah, and they want you
But you
to
haven't
listen.
let me finish. It doesn't end there. I say no, then they go to the chair. Then I have to deal with the chair. Then they go to the dean.
That's
then I have to
right.
deal with the dean. And then I'm like, is this even a real shit that we're like?
That's right.
They're like, well, we have to integrate like DEI, like maybe I'm like, do you understand that these students had no intention of getting help? Do you understand the student never even asked for help throughout the whole semester?
That's why the universities need to be cleansed of these leftist ideologues. Like if nobody would accept far right ideologues like these dirty fucking Jews, the media, yada yada. We need to get rid of them. Whatever. Like everybody would. They would think that's wrong, but when you're actually seeing like this weird form of like Nazism where it is directed the other way. It's just like globalize the Intifada. What does that mean? Also like these white colonial whatever fucking kill them everywhere. It's like that's fine. They're just like the white people. Just like and just like how they just a few years ago during the height of the BLM bullshit. It's like, oh, you're a stolen man, built on stolen people, burn this shit to the ground, fuck America. And it's just like, fuck Israel, they're a colonial state, fuck them. The Jews can eat a fucking dick because they're all white colonizers, even though most of Israel's not white. Why not do it? I mean, it's just like the same goddamn rhetoric I have to hear from the far left, where they attack people based on their identity, literally in a very similar way that the fascists did. I wouldn't say fascist, but Hitler in particular.
Well,
but somehow we're supposed to think it's reasonable.
You're talking anti-Semitism on one side, but you're really talking about, who's the president that brought all this shit to the United States? Barack Obama. He brought this here. He said he's going to change our society, and he did it. He did it because people were scared to say anything because you called a racist if you criticize him. but he brought all the shit to the United States. He lowered the standards. He brought the DEI to America. He brought less competency. He pointed fingers at everything being called racism when it wasn't. He's the one who did it. And then the woke just got their foot in the door, and you see what's happening now. It's exactly what Sarah says. Sarah has to be out on a limb. She's confronted with lying or making her life miserable if she doesn't lie. That's not America.
Oh, Jules, I retired. I'm planning on not going back to teaching anymore. I actually retired after this semester from teaching because it's not fun anymore. I make money,
that's
running
it.
my practice.
That's it.
Jules, this was my way. I went into teaching because I'm really good at it. But I just continue teaching because this was my way of giving back to the community. And that's why most schools I taught in minority, Jules, I taught mostly in minority neighborhoods, schools that nobody wanted to teach.
Yeah.
And it just became a pain in the ass. And I'm like, I feel miserable. I hate this. I'm not doing this. Like, I'm not gonna like lower the standards, but then they complain and then the chair has to like talk to me, hey, is there anything we can do for the students? I'm like, no. Like, I'm not lowering the standards because you know what happens if they don't learn and pass? Someone's gonna die down the road. My students are all either pre-med, pre-nursing. Like, I'm not gonna be responsible for all these deaths that's gonna come out of you guys trying to force me into this DEI, meaning just pass students because they don't have time to study. It's not gonna happen. We're not doing that, no.
I applaud you, but I feel sorry for you because you have to give up something you loved, and it's hard to do that. But you had to. I understand. Gee.
Well, I didn't have to, Jules, I'm so good at it, like, no matter how much of this I had to deal with, they never really pressured me, and they always offered me a job, I've never had any school that just not offer me a job, because I do part-time, but at different schools. So I never had anyone not wanting me back, but it's just this conflict, and then this level of entitlement of the new generation, it's just a combination, and then all these lefties, like, I've had my car window broken twice, and one time because I was wearing this fuck Islam shirt, I was protesting when students were like, reading Quran in campuses, so I did wear that shirt. And everybody's like, well, maybe you shouldn't wear that shirt. I'm like, no, I'm wearing this shirt. Like, if it's freedom of speech, I have it too, like, I didn't leave that shithole country, Sharia law, to come here, and hear, like, fucking Quran outside my classroom. I'm not playing this bullshit, but I've had students, like, break my windows, like, car windows,
Sarah, years ago, when I was in university, there was this women's studies group, okay? Like, they had this women's studies major, and they were doing, like, a bake sale. Every man had to pay $1, and a woman paid 67 cents, because they said for every dollar a man makes, a girl makes 67 cents. And I told one of my classmates who was a girl, I said, one of my friends there in one of my classes, I told her, like, this
Let's
means
smash my dish for 67 cents, then fuck her.
exactly right. So Pepe, what we did is I had this girl buy like a cupcake or a cookie from them, and then give it to me. I go, thanks, and she goes, and they got so mad. They're like, you're setting us back 30, 50 years. And my friend, she said, I love it when a man just tells you what to do. I just submit to him. They're like, oh my God, we don't want your dirty money. We don't want your dirty money. And it was so fun to see those liberal bitches cry about it.
like this,
But
this
it's
petty difference, Nick. I have
Sarah,
never seen this. I
it's
have
not
never
existed.
experienced
Hey,
this
Sarah,
in America. I've never had anywhere not pay me what they pay a man.
real quick, I work in accounting. I can see everyone's payroll. So let me tell you something. If companies, if a woman makes 21% less than a man, why don't companies fire all men and only hire women to save 21% on payroll costs? The only reason why a woman, like, let's say some of them go on like maternity leave and go work part-time, they still make the same hourly wage that they did. They just work whatever 20, 25 hours a week because they want to be home with the kids like 2-3 days a week. Their pay doesn't get cut.
No, I know that. I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying this doesn't exist. Look, I had an Iranian female professor. This is in one of the schools in Orange County. We both were teaching the same subject in the same school, right? And she stopped working there, and then I saw her at another school, and I'm like, oh yeah, I haven't seen you in a while. Now, she was a very, very terrible professor. So we have to go to each other's classrooms, you know, for, what's it called, like, for evaluation. Like, I go to others, like, randomly they tell us to go see it. We always pass each other, you know, everybody passes each other, but she's a horrible professor, right? And then I saw her, and she's like, oh no, that school is racist. You know, they're racist because I'm Muslim and I'm Iranian and I'm woman. That's why they don't give me classes. Like, she truly believed it. She truly believes systemic racism, and this is an Iranian woman. She truly believes systemic racism was preventing her from, you know, getting a job there where she was just not good at it, you know? Like, we're both from the same country. We both have the same religion. I'm a pain in the ass. It's very hard working with me, you know? Like, that same chair that offered me a class and didn't offer you a class, probably I have annoyed that person way more than, you know, you. It's not you because you're a woman, nor it's because you're a minority, nor it's because you're Muslim. Like, no. But I don't know. It's just a mess.
Well, I would say this. What's really interesting is, like, wokeism died, like, really, I'm going to say that the catalyst for it was when they were, like, anti-Israel and basically being pro-Hamas and, you know, causing a lot of trouble like these third worlders like to do. Now, what I don't understand for the life of me is that Jewish Americans who wrote this dragon, you guys were sitting there and saying, like, fuck, smash white supremacy, smash the white hierarchy, fuck America, fuck all these, you know, you're just doing your gay liberal bullshit. And then it's just like, oh, you're riding that dragon. Now, like, these little demons turned on you. They're like, fuck you guys are colonizers, you know, doing whatever in their little faggy voices they like to do. And then all of a sudden it's just like, oh my god, it's anti-Semitism, it's so bad. But, like, would you, like, I'm just gonna be frank here, like, I don't have a problem with Jews, but the reality is, just like the white Christians I don't like very much, that are liberal, I don't like you guys very much either. For the same reason I don't like white Christians. You guys are a bunch of faggots. And you know, I have to listen to your preachy virtue signaling bullshit. And now all of a sudden, oh, these evil minorities, oh my god, what are they doing to us? Well, what do you think was going to happen? But then it's like at the same time, you guys, like, the Jewish community wants to cancel culture, but they're like, oh my god, he's the anti-Semite, we need, you know, he wanted Palestine, you know, pinned on his jacket, you can't do that. Well, I mean, really, you're, like, literally still keeping up the cancel culture bullshit. Like, just stop being a bunch of pussies and faggots. Like, I know this sounds very crude, and almost like a non-serious answer, but I mean, these people exist. There are people that exist that want to see the West, white people, Jews, they don't care about any of us.
Amazing.
Why do you sound so gay, Batman? Like, what's the accent? Like, you sound a little bit flamboyant, like you grew up, like, with maybe just sisters or something.
I actually only had brothers.
Why do you sound like that? Like, has anyone ever told you you kind of sound gay? Like, and it's not mean, it's just like, you kind of sound gay.
No, I mean, I do understand that, like, you find my voice erotic, it hits all of your erogenous zones, like your penis, and it perks up when you hear me. You're probably masturbating right now, which, you know,
Have you ever
I
heard
think the only
Dildo
reason
speak?
you're
Like,
in this room.
he sounds manly,
Do you
he
want me
sounds
to
straight as
agree
fuck.
to? Will that help you come faster?
Just saying, you sound kind of gay.
Do you want me to jerk off instruction video?
Joe gets pegged, so.
Yeah.
Like, Nick sounds straight. Nick has a nice straight voice. I don't know how else to say it, but like, you just sound gay.
I love this progressive. See, once again, we see the hypocrisy between the progressive left. He's literally, you know, gay shaming because he thinks I'm gay.
No, it's not. I'm not shaming. I'm not shaming.
If I was to call like black people, if I was to call or not black people, excuse me, gay people faggots and say they're sodomites that are going to go to hell, you would say like I'm super evil, I'm like this horrible bad person. But here you are, like subtly hinting that you think that I might be gay, and
no, I don't think you're gay.
Gotcha.
I don't think so. You do sound gay, and I think everyone else is being nice, but they know what I'm talking about. Everyone can hear it, and that's why it's funny when you attack other people for saying they sound gay. It's just really ironic.
Carol, have you heard your own voice?
If you tell me I sound gay, that's fine. I'm not gonna take offense to it. I'm not shaming people for that.
What
Like, I don't know. Maybe there's another word for it.
we don't have to like who he wears a badge of honor, so there's no reason to call him that. But we were talking about, like, you know, hey, you know what? Like, here's the weird thing about Jews. Why were you guys so comfortable with these anti-Western protests for so long? These anti-white protests for so long? These anti, colonization, like all kinds of things. And did they think you Jews are just white, by the way? Yeah, even though like all over half of Israel is like not European, like even at all. You guys are white, horrible devils. They turn the tables on you guys. You rid that dragon, just much like the Jews that live in the kibbutzes. They were like, oh yes, I love the Palestinians. Oh yes, I read the Torah. I love them so much. And then, well, actually, they probably don't read the Torah, but they were the first people that these Hamas people slaughtered. You guys were useful fucking idiots. They were the retarded Jews. I'm sorry. I don't think they deserved what happened to them, but they were the very naive people. But one of the weird things is like, why are you guys continuing with this cancel culture bullshit? And I don't know, like, why? Maybe you should just drop the identity politics bullshit to begin with. Like, you guys would be so much. I love Jews. Like, Jews are actually, I would say, like, a lot more interesting than most people to talk to. But if you dropped a lot of this shit, I don't know. To me, it's just weird.
I agree, Pepe. I agree on that one. I mean, I don't know. Like, I thought that DEI was that supposed to hurt white people too, or something. I think that was kind of the idea I heard on the app or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it was gonna hurt white people in particular, but
So when
Jews fell under that.
For that though, Pepe, like,
Well, Jews felt. Well, yes. I mean, here's the contradiction with Jews. Here you have a bunch of. What's really weird about the guy who won the Democrat primary, and we can't even blame this on race. Hispanics and blacks backed Cuomo. It was white, which Jews are going to be a part of, backed the Muslim candidate.
Oh, is it the, hey, Pepe, is the communist in New York City?
Yeah.
He's not just communist, he's Muslim Shia communist.
Yeah. So, Sarah, you don't want to hear something really interesting about the People's Republic of New York City? When they had Bill de Blasio running it, that wasn't even his real name. His real name is Warren Wilhelm Jr. He changed it to sound Italian to get voters. And
Change it to his stepdad's last name.
yeah, that is how fucking stupid the people are of New York City. And look at like nasty Pelosi running San Francisco. Who the fuck keeps voting for that old senile crusty bitch? I don't get it. Same thing with like Maxine Waters. Isn't she like half dead?
She is, but you know what? For all of you liberal dumb Jews, and the dumb Jews, you know what now? There's a lot of dumb Jews out there. How is diversity working out for you people? How's it working out? You're gonna get a Muslim mayor who doesn't like you people, and he says, fuck your state. He would love to see you guys just. He would love to see you guys just disappear.
Look at Minneapolis.
Well, yeah. They don't like Christians. I get that they don't like. But yeah, Ilhan Omar.
Isn't she married to her
Rashid
brother?
Tlaib. These people, they don't like Christians. They don't like Muslims. But all of you dumb Jews, go ahead, keep on. Yay, diversity! Yay, yay! And you dumb Jews get to deal with the result of that, because you. And when I say dumb Jews, it's the Jews that are dumb. And maybe that's natural selection in my opinion. You dumb Jews get to deal with the wrath of a mayor that just doesn't give a fuck about you people and doesn't think you guys should have a state. He doesn't care when people assault you, beat you up, treat you poorly. But I don't know, you guys want to be progressive. Yay! Let's celebrate it! Let's attack the Jews! Fuck the cooks! Fuck the whites! Yay! Okay, you guys voted for it. You guys can literally rest in your own shit. Because you guys are fucking retarded. And just like, you know when I would hear stories about progressive white Gentile Christian women, they're like, she was advocating for, bail reform and, some big burly ex-con black dude, just raped her and strangled her to death. Amazing. At least it happened to that bitch. Instead of some innocent girl that had she didn't play any hand into getting that fucking ape released. But go ahead, you guys, be the next to the Dakota team in New York. You fucking retards. But I know a lot of you guys aren't going to change your minds, and fuck you deserve whatever wrath ends up coming upon you, because you're fucking stupid. I'll end with that.
Thanks, Pepe. We're just gonna let it. Do a little.
Okay, he's a troll, dude. Just kick him. I kicked him a bunch of times.
Thank you.
I love Alicia! Are you sure? I can hit the high notes.
No, you can't tell me he's not gay, guys. I mean, it's alright that he doesn't sound gay, or if it's gay, he doesn't know it, let's see.
Gerald, but you're a self-admitted faggot sodomite.
Dude, you just broke out in 2 musicals back to back. Don't give me this.
Oh, I can sing. I'm sorry. I have a high-pitched voice, so I can sing the high notes. I'm sorry. I could do this with an erection to your mom, but you couldn't do it to my mom because you would find her unattractive because you're gay. You would only get a boner looking at my dad. My dad is not a sodomite, and you'd be very disappointed. It's not my fucking problem.
Everyone just,
I'm not trying to insult you.
everyone just insults everyone. It's just amazing.
I don't think you just take it personally. It's just how he sounds like to me. But I think other people agree, and people are just ignorant.
Okay, you guys can clip this. I'm a big super faggot, power bottom, AIDS having, chlamydia loving, all of that shit, super faggot, bottom bitch, and my name is Pepe. Amazing, clip it, amazing.
Too much information, I really don't care. Like, I didn't ask anyone.
But Pepe, at least you don't have an awful accent like Jarl. I can at least understand.
Ew, he's a dirty Canadian. He knows.
You know what? One thing I'll say, Joe.
At least you admit it. You say when you say at least, you're agreeing. He sounds gay.
One thing I'll say, Joe, about Jarl is he does stand his own ground, no matter what, and he's always consistent. Because like the Thuggas, the Aaron Burgers, the Arums, they kind of travel together. Jarl just comes on his own, man, and he stands his own ground.
That's why he's allowed on stage.
That's why he's a correct power bottom. He likes to dictate the bottom.
Exactly. He likes the begging and all that. And like he's the one guy that will be by himself, He probably pegs himself, I don't know.
Like, hey bitch, that was too deep. I didn't think you could do that.
And yeah, so he's not like Thugga and them, Nick. I totally hear what you're saying. He stands on 10. That's the one reason why he's around.
Joel and I get along. He insults me. I don't really care about people insulting each other.
I agree. Look, Jarl is a true believer. He drinks that Kool-Aid, and I mean, this is his belief. Now, when it comes to people like Aram, he's deceitful. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's trying to manipulate minds because he wants power. He hates us that disagree with him, the people on the right. He absolutely despises. Jarl's just a true believer. He's a Bible thumping communist leftist, and he'll take it, to the bank.
But Aram is a Bhutanese faggot. Yeah. Like he's like literally he's not. There's nothing American about him. Look at his profile. He has the flag of Bhutan even.
But like what about
he's a paid shill? Like this guy is such a piece of shit.
Oh yeah, he is a paid shill. He works for Indivisible. Called him out, and it is funded by Soros and other billionaires. So he won't admit it now, but let me tell you, he was singing about how he was an Indivisible member just a couple years ago. And we have witness.
That slimy troglodyte has. He's pro-capitalist. He's getting paid, being the third world piece of shit sodomite that he is, to show for. I don't know, liberal values, I guess. George Soros, like, wow, a absolute piece of shit. In my very first, serious relationship, her father actually spoke Yiddish. He spoke a few different languages. He was pretty smart. But in Hungary, they did hide the Jewish population, at least some of them, when he was younger, that's how he learned Yiddish. But when he came here, he was a freedom fighter. Basically, he ended up assassinating somebody from the Soviet Union, yada, yada, yada. I look at that guy as kind of like a patriot, and I don't know, I see this third world piece of shit like Aram. This guy fucking sucks. Like, what value does he add? He'll push back and insult people, but he doesn't offer better alternatives. I mean, there are liberals that Goats again. He's actually somebody I like talking to. He's actually an intelligent liberal, but he's one of the few.
Too much credit, Pepe.
He is. No, I give him credit.
He's got a PhD.
No, I've talked to him. He's actually a pretty intelligent guy.
Look, Nick, I'll pass it right to you. Look, with Go, you fall for the romanticizing of his performance, because he has a master's in performance art.
No, it's because I've actually talked to him. He's somebody that it's very clear to him that I am, as somebody he would consider a racist piece of shit, and I can, I don't agree with all of the shit that he believes, but he is somebody who I can have a reasonable debate with. He's one of the few liberals that I actually think it's like entertaining, and I don't mind having a debate with him, to be honest. Like Thugga, it's useless. Aram, it's useless. But he's one of the few liberals that I think is actually like, no, he's not. I think he's rather consistent.
Well, the thing is that like Joe, he spent all his life in education, like higher education, and that's basically Marxist indoctrination camp. So that's why he's a Marxist. He's not a stupid guy. Like Karl Marx.
I don't think he's a Marxist, to be honest.
Oh no, I know Douglas very well. I've debated him many times on this app. In fact, for the very longest time, he's not consistent. But the difference is you have to track it over periods of months and years with his consistency.
Well, I've been debating him for years, to be fair.
Just ask Douglas what he believes if doctors and nurses should have been fired during COVID, because he was all for that until after it was not publicly supported. Then he's like, oh no, I never supported that. And Douglas does that quite often. He does a lot of shifting.
Isaiah's the same way, Joe. Isaiah told, or Thugga Biden, he told me before the election that Trump was going to win by Harris was going to win by the biggest victory ever. She was going to win every swing state. And I literally thought that this election was going to be a lot closer. I said, I don't know, Thugga, like, these polls aren't accurate. He's like, no. He's like, the Democrats are going to get a clean sweep of the House. We're going to have the biggest blue wave ever. I'm like, dude, these poll numbers aren't right. And after that, like, I've barely seen him on the app after election day. I think what happened was he had to pick up the kids from soccer practice in the van.
The first time I met him, he said, I work for a pharmaceutical company. I make over $350,000 a year. And I just remember thinking, like, that is like one of the last things a true liberal or a conservative would ever say to somebody. Like, that's so weird. But like, what's really weird is he was online all day, and
yeah,
I always heard crying babies.
Exactly.
So he was a stay-at-home daddy. He was a nanny.
No, Pepe. He told me that his tax bracket was over $769,000, and he was in the highest tax bracket. And he sent his son to a private school that was $85,000 a year in the greater Boston area. And someone called them out on that. They Googled all the schools. They couldn't find any more than like 50 grand.
Well, I guess like the one thing, Alan, who's on this app, he grew up in Boston. He was talking about this. From what he's conferred from talking to him is that he is somebody who went to the gifted school in the Boston area, and he's told, and Thugga has told me this, like, he said that they were racist against them, and I don't know if they were, but I wouldn't be surprised if that happened. But he just has like a chip on his shoulder. He's a very weird individual. He tries to overcompensate for so much when we know he's full of shit. And he's a stay-at-home manny. Like, that's what he does. Like, his woman goes to work to put food on the table for him and his children. It's a role reversal, and that's fine. I'm not trying to like shame him for that, but like, don't fake the funk. I mean, okay, like, you're a stay-at-home bitch, like, bro. I would be a stay-at-home bitch too. Like, you know,
Pepe,
find me the right
remember-
woman, I'll stay at home. I will cook her dinner and eat her pussy and fuck her at night. Like, that sounds like a deal.
Pepe, remember the show Married with Children, the neighbor Jefferson Darcy? That's what
Yeah.
I call him, Jefferson Darcy, because the guy that mooched off his wife that stayed home and did nothing.
Yeah, I mean, hallelujah. Lord Jesus, please find me one of those women. I mean, I would love to find her.
Yeah, I don't mind being a trophy husband.
I don't either. It's like, what do you do for a living? It's like, I cook, clean, and eat my wife's pussy and fuck her. You know, that's what I do. Amazing.
Joe, who do you find on this app that's a reasonable liberal? You know, in theory, Nick, you're an actual Democrat at the end of the day, right? Like, you would be a Democrat. Remember, I think I got that right, Nick? Nick, are you there?
No, I'm libertarian, conservative.
Oh, yeah, that's what you were. Okay. So, I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out, like, who was, like, actual reasonable leftist on this app. I'm just, I don't know. I'm drawing some blanks right now.
Remember the guy, Evan, the younger kid? So he was actually reasonable because he was more center to the left, is what he said. So you could somewhat reason with him.
Yeah, I think I know who you're talking about. It's like Evan M or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a third positionist who doesn't call myself, like, conservative. I'm somebody who's, you know, but you guys, like obviously consider me right wing. I mean,
So before we go to the topic of Pepe,
Oh, sorry.
yeah, before we go to the topic of Pepe, these leftists all have one thing in common: they're unprincipled people. They don't argue from positions of what they believe. I mean, at least Pepe argues from positions that he believes. Now, granted, you might not agree with Pepe's positions, but he's willing to argue them. The leftists that we have named in this room, besides Jarl, I believe Jarl is a principled leftist. I believe he drinks this shit, he smells it, he loves it. But the other leftists, they despise us, they hate us. They will say anything and want to lie to the audience, to turn the audience against us. That's their agenda, that's their goal. They're not principled people. That's just what it comes down to. They just want to beat the other side.
and Mao Zedong would have, like, with the Great Wall of China, would have found a way to line all of them up and, you know, stop that problem. You know, I'm not advocating for violence, folks. I'm just saying.
So Pepe, how often do you get kicked out of that Lisa 420 lounge? Is it the new improved Democratic Party?
I don't see that in my timeline.
Oh, they
probably blocked. But I mean, I will talk to them, and so the really weird thing is I can have, like, the amount of overlapping belief with the, like, liberals. There's quite a bit. There's quite a bit, and I think that at the end of the day, even amongst conservatives, there's going to be more so they're going to agree with them than not. But, you know, there's going to be the few examples where they know me, like, where there's topics where I will just, like, strongly never agree with them. And that's that. And the weird thing is, like, I actually like liberals, like, real liberals. Today, the meaning of the word liberal means almost nothing. It means, like, being a woke tart or liberal AF. That's literally you willing to enforce cancel culture and even violence towards your opponents. Which is absolutely not liberal. And what's weird is I'm actually more liberal than the liberals. And you know me, like, I don't really get, I say shit that people find very offensive, but I'm not somebody who's like quick to say like, oh my God, this person should not exist. Oh my God, these opinions are so horrible. Lock them up straight away. Like, no, I don't do that. But, you know, I don't know.
I don't know. I think people are just overly sensitive. Like, I'm not Trump's biggest fan, but you are better off with him than Kamala. I mean, there was nothing good about Kamala. I mean, nothing. I mean, she was a wretched, worthless cunt that, like...
How much would you say were greater than Kamala? Like, how much is Trump greater than Kamala? Is my question.
You know, like I said, I'm like 50-50, but I'll give...
I'd say 100.
I'll give... But see, I still think he is better. Because, like, there was nothing good about Kamala. Like the past two elections, 16 and 20, I vote Libertarian. Most of the time I do. But this one I said Trump only because Kamala was just... She was the worst possible person the Democrats ever put. Like, if they got something that was moderate left...
Nick, I have a question before we go to Blake. Nick, when can I start to take the National Libertarian Party seriously? I mean, you're claiming you vote for the National Libertarian Party. However, they are very inept and have actually succeeded in doing nothing.
No, you're dead on right. You're dead on right. I agree with you.
If you're a libertarian, you know I'm not trying to take jabs at it, but when can we take them serious? That's the problem with them, because they're not as serious.
I agree, but that's why I like the Masseys and the Chip Roys, because they're talking about doing the right thing. But the problem is with the left is they had a mansion who was kind of like, hey guys, we can't do all this spending. But the problem is if they had a mansion run for president, he wouldn't get the support that like a communist like Kamala or Bernie would get.
I'm glad you brought up Massey. And just for the record, like, I like the Pauls, okay? And Rand Paul, he's rather principled in his positions. But I am not a Thomas Massey fan at all. I think he uses the Constitution conveniently. And I'll give an example. Here just recently, last week, when he came out and he claimed that Trump did unconstitutional strikes on Iran. That was a lie. According to the 1973 War Powers Act, Congress gave the president 60 days to be able to drop any type of attack on a place before he needs congressional approval, or he would then have to withdraw troops. The problem we had was Thomas Massey was coming out and misleading his audience, saying that he was acting unconstitutionally. Now, he did finally eat that a couple days ago, and I got the post. But I don't buy into this worship of Massey. I actually think he needs to go, because I think he's masquerading as a constitutionalist when it conveniently helps his agenda. Do you see my...
No, I get it. Like I said, he's not perfect, but there's some of the things he said where I'm like, okay. But see, I also like Justin Amash too. But Amash...
Didn't you want to impeach Trump?
Okay.
You know, why do they see this? This is what I don't get. Why do the right-leaning, quote-unquote, libertarian right-leaning, they caucus with the Republicans? Amash was a Republican at the time. How come they fight the Republican leader, the leader at the moment, Trump, more so than they do the Democrat?
I think that they go more on their principle, and they just say like, look, we got to do what's right. Because again, Massey's talked about like years ago when I would listen to Ron Paul and read all his books. I started following him in 08, and he's just always been consistent.
The Pauls have work. I seeded them. The Pauls have. I've been a supporter of the Pauls for years. I do think Rand is at least a little more understanding.
Yeah, he's kind of a wannabe, scaled down.
Willing to compromise.
He's willing to compromise. He's already come out and said if he's the deciding vote for the big beautiful bill in the Senate, that he will vote for it. You've heard that, right?
Yeah, oh yeah.
So he understands American politics takes compromise. The Justin Amashes and the Thomas Masseys, I really feel like it's a performance to them. Like I think they claim it's on principle, and maybe sometimes it is. However, I truly believe that Thomas Massey is not as principled as, say, the Pauls are.
Yeah, no, I can see that.
Cool. Just wanted to have that conversation.
No, I just, like I said, I kind of wonder because the problem is, and we've had this conversation in this room, and Pepe even brought it up, is the difference between the right, like, and the left is you even got people like Judge Napolitano, who's a libertarian, that was saying on his show, like, he's not a Trump fan or a Harris fan, but he was just saying there is nothing good about Harris. And he was saying too, like, yeah, there's a lot of stuff I don't agree with Trump on, but there's some stuff that he is right on. He might not go about it right, but so like even people on the libertarian side, whatever, more right leaning, whatever, are still against Harris. And it goes to show you, like, they have gone so far left and indoctrinated our kids, throw rainbow flags everywhere, and they really shoved their shit down our faces, like that whole shit with Budweiser. What happens? The right just doesn't, buy it. What happens when the left doesn't get their way, or Elon Musk comes out? They burn down Teslas. Like, even people like Lou Rockwell that are very far left or very far right at the Mises Institute wrote a book, The Case Against the Left, and said that the left is the most dangerous threat to this country.
Yeah, the Mises have come out and taken that position.
It's crazy too, because they criticize Republicans a lot, but they destroy like the left even more. Like the left has nobody decent. Like I will say, Bernie Sanders is a nut job. He is a fucking commie. But one thing I will somewhat say to him, he's been somewhat consistent, a little more consistent than the other ones, but he is a hypocrite.
And total hypocrite.
Yep.
He sold out twice.
Yeah, and then what does he have, like, what is he driving, like $100,000 Audi, and he's like saying about the poor and middle class. Why doesn't he help the poor and middle class and start Bernie Sanders Cafe and pay everyone $30 an hour and give them health care, insurance, all that good stuff? And that's the whole thing with the left on this app. Like, look, it's good. I'm not against people having a good wage, benefits, all that stuff, but it's not that easy. And what's stopping them from doing this business?
Did you see Bernie Sanders on Rogan last week?
Yes.
Rogan called it right out.
To your point, you're dead on right. Is look at these interviews. Do you follow Valuetainment Patrick McDavid?
Yeah, I know who.
Okay.
Who is?
He interviewed Trump. He offered the same interview to Kamala Harris. Same thing with Dave Ramsey. Same thing with Joe Rogan. They said, and Joe Rogan's more of a libertarian, and so he's not really either side. And same thing with Patrick McDavid. And they offered the same interview to Harris, and she turned it down. And they weren't going to get into her politics or anything. They were going to ask the same question they asked to Trump to her, and she wouldn't do it.
That was a pretty late game changer, I think, in the whole.
I agree.
Yeah.
And then that is the one thing I will say about Trump. He stands up to people, and he's not afraid to go on any interview. He'll go on Fox News, he'll go on CNN, he'll go anywhere. And unlike previous presidents, like, again, just look at an interview, how they give Joe Biden softball questions like, what's your favorite ice cream flavor? when they grill Trump for like 20 minutes and then he fights back. And I don't care if you're Democrat, Republican, Independent, the media does ask stupid questions. It grills you. You have the right to fight back. Well, Trump was the only one that did.
What would you think about Trump speaking at the Libertarian National Convention?
I think that was just a show face, you know.
Never been done before, though.
No, but you're right. He'll show up. He'll do an interview anywhere. He showed up to North and South Korea.
Yeah, he's the greatest president of our entire lifetime. We should be grateful for this man, regardless of what ideological differences you may share with, or have against him. You're watching a legendary American right now going through a turbulent historical moment. And this is nothing was ever good during all the historical moments in the past, like the Civil War, World War II, moments like this that are historic that people talk about. They were shitty times, and that's kind of what it feels like over these last 5 years. And we're just, with the leadership that we have today to navigate us through this, God really did choose the leader we needed that could handle it at the time, rather than the perfect person he hired. He got the perfect person.
Alright, Truth, get to it. Truth, try to come up with some good argument. Don't bring up, some pageant that he was at or something. I can help you out if you want some arguments against stuff. Go for it.
So hold on, because it's not something silly. We were talking about the nature of his character. He quite literally on the Howard Stern show. Keep in mind, the opener to the dialogue tree was Howard calling him a degenerate pervert.
What? Because it doesn't matter right now. Why does that's my whole point.
Why does it matter? Because
yes, it does not matter at all.
I can tell you why. Because I was in chat having commentary with other chatters, and someone said something to the effect of MLK Jr. was a pedophile. And I was like, okay, this is fucking audacious. You're gonna attack MLK Jr. as a pedophile while caping for Donald Trump, unironically. A dude flying Epstein's plane, who's got pictures buddying around with him and a bunch of young girls around him on his lap, who said he'd fuck his daughter and bragged about going behind stage at a beauty pageant for teenage girls. Bro, the delusion factor is through the roof.
So you think all his degeneracy and all the stuff that he's did, whatever that was, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, is all of a sudden making him make really bad decisions and it's just completely destroying what he's doing right now.
To be honest, look,
there's so many other arguments he come up with, Truth. It's just childish. I'm sorry, it just is.
I actually look. That's not childish because, like I said, that was in context to a chat conversation. If you want to have a conversation on his geopolitics or his policy or his galvanizing of the Republican base, we can talk about that. I think it's going to have crazy backlash. I think you're going to get crushed in the midterms. I think he's destroyed the vice reputation. You know what I'm saying? We'll see. Maybe I'll be wrong and I'll eat humble pie. I don't see that coming though.
It'll be about time that you eat humble pie. You just got fucking shellacked by this crazy felon. After 8 years, you got fucking ripped apart, destroyed.
I mean, I'm just the white people fucking shit up. Mikey,
but that's not what happened. It's not white people. It's you and your ideas were completely shitted on by the entire country. Black men voted for Donald Trump by double-digit margins of what they did 4 years before. Truth.
I know, but
black men brought us over the edge. We couldn't have won the election without black men 18 to 55. I don't give a fuck. They literally saved this country while you sat there and ate the retarded arguments to fucking destroy their lives and their common sense.
I don't think
Black men saved this country, Truth.
Okay, I'm not even mad at you for thinking that, but I don't think you heard what I said.
It's the truth.
No, I heard, for sure. But when you said, you're a guy, people keep putting black people in this Democratic camp, unless you're an extreme left-wing liberal and black, you're not default a leftist extremist because you're black and you vote Democrat.
most black people are like pretty socially conservative. So I hate when I get stereotyped by people.
How many Republicans have you voted into office, Truth?
The Republicans are anti-black. I don't have a choice.
So Truth, let me ask you this question. And Truth, I think it's a great point that the doctor brings up. Truth, how come black male voters that vote Democrat conveniently blame white people when Democrats fail with their policies? Like, don't you think it's like this cheap way of being able to not blame the Democrat Party for all their policies?
Most black people hate the Democrats. The dude in my picture, I love his quote. He called them the fox. When
I'm not talking about the ones not voting. I'm talking about the ones that vote.
Yeah, well, I'm saying the ones that vote Democrat, and we still hate them. I've literally been black my whole life. I don't know a single nigga hating for the Democrats.
Yeah, but then why don't they blame them, though, for their... Hold on. No, why do they... Let me ask you, then why do they conveniently... If you hate the Democrats, why do you conveniently blame white people when it's failed Democrat policies is the question.
Well, so that's a misread of our interpretation. Most black people I know are for Medicare for all. Not going to get that from a right ticket, am I? Most black people I know are for minimum wage increase. Not going to get that from the right ticket, am I? So when you talk about felonies, most
those ideas failed, though. So why don't you blame Democrats?
They've never been implemented. So it's not that.
Yeah, of course, because of failures of the Democrat Party. See, maybe you're missing the connection here. When the Democrats sell you these ideas and fail to deliver on them, then number one is to go and blame white people or blame, white Republicans.
That's not even. How many black people do you know?
And you keep voting for them.
Oh, bro, I live in the
just described stupidity. You just described stupidity, Truth. Not anything to do with anybody but yourselves.
Black people as a monolith, like. It's this weird habit white people have.
It's not a monolith. Half of your people saved us, and half of you are retarded still. It's not a monolith.
That's what you said, bro. That's
Truth. Wait a minute.
I'm talking about what Joe just said. I'm talking about
Truth. Don't you think that if your group is voting basically 90% one party, then you have to take some accountability for those bad decisions? I mean.
We don't really. The only thing black people disagree with the Democrats on the most is like the trans, this and that stuff. We're for not socialism, but social policy, social safety net, community works, that kind of stuff. Like it's not that deep, bro.
Why don't you blame them when they fail to implement it then?
Well, the truth is they haven't failed to implement it. They're turncoats. They're fucking sellouts. They're lying to their constituents, much like the Republicans were. I don't know where all of a sudden. I'm sorry, was George Bush a Democrat? Get the fuck off our dick. This is what I mean.
Hold on,
you guys are in a fucking cult, bro.
Republicans for the last 15. Hold on, Truth. Republicans for the last 15.
John McCain was a fucking Democrat. Like, shut
up. Well, John McCain led us to.
He was an idiot, not a Democrat.
Can I talk, Truth? So here you go. Truth's losing the debate, so he's going to talk over me now.
Because it's disingenuous.
So no, it's not at all. Truth, sit down and listen for a moment. Look, John McCain led us to the Tea Party. Tea Party led us to MAGA and Trump's movement.
No, Ron Paul. No, that was Ron and Rand. I'm not giving McCain credit.
It was not. It was definitely the Tea Party. Was not Ron Paul. Ron Paul definitely had an influence against, ideas to abolish the Fed and audit the Fed. However, those things have never come to fruition. What did come to fruition, though, was the ideas of going, preventing illegal immigration in the building of the wall and stuff like that. Those are ideas that prior to even Trump talking about it, Adios Amigos was a book written by, what's that lady's name? 2 years before Trump even announced for his run. So at the moment, the Tea Party Republicans, they were going against what the Republican establishment wanted, which was the Republican establishment was all in favor of illegal immigration. Okay, so this is a big key part to know that the populist base of the Republican Party that Trump tapped into, and the number one issue was the illegal immigration and the southern border being wide open. The establishment Republicans, they were trying their best to go forward with it. If you remember the Gang of Eight,
Yeah,
I'm sure if you know about that then. So that was a huge backlash from the populist side of the Republican Party. Now, my question is, why don't we ever see that from the Democrat Party? Why don't we ever see this huge backlash when Democrats fail to implement ideas that you say you support and other black voters support? Then why don't you hold the Democrats accountable for the failure of doing that? Because the Republican voters have done that.
I don't even have that same read on history. So one, it's like Biden was about to pass comprehensive border reform. All the Republicans were game on it. They already said and had their
with the
opinions on
talking
the record.
points.
Trump came out
With the fucking talking points.
Do you hear this?
I'm gonna add to what Joe just said.
Literally true. Hold on, that's
Okay, go ahead.
Because
now you're gonna rip you
for the
apart.
Democrats.
If that's
Hold
not
on,
true,
just to point out, you're caping for the Democrats right
Okay,
now.
cool,
That's
cool.
literally what you said black men don't do, but here you're doing it.
No, okay, that's not keeping for the Democrats. It's disagreeing with the point you made. So if that's not true, just go ahead and tell me what you didn't like about that border bill and what Trump changed and how I can see it right now.
No, I'm not gonna say that.
Exactly. No, you can't do that.
No, because I have more important things to talk about.
Okay, good. So,
Okay, the Republican Party, Truth, the people, the votership of the Republican Party buck broke those piece of shit Republicans who literally allowed illegal immigration to come through, who facilitated it, and who financially benefited from it. We fucked them in their ass and kicked them out of office and hired a crazy person to run the country because they fucked up so bad. When are you guys going to do that to the Democrats?
That's not me.
When are you guys? That is 100% true. The entire hold on. The entire Republican Party has fucking changed. They literally are walking behind Trump with their tail between their legs because he came in and he told them the only reason he was even hired by the American people or by the Republicans is because they sucked for 30 years. They caused 90% of the problems in the United States for middle class and poor people because they were looking to help big business by offshoring the jobs along with the Democrats. They did that to destroy this country. We went ahead and fucking fired them. You went ahead and fought and cried to keep a president with dementia in office. Okay, that's what your people did, except half of you, which saved the fucking country by siding with us. They saved the country by siding with us. When I say your people, I mean Democrats. Black men,
I know what you mean.
black men saved the country and aligned with us, even though white people hate them and all the things that everybody says.
Oh my
They
God.
came along with us. They came along with us, and they saved the country because it was the right thing to do.
Okay.
When is the Democrat voters going to go ahead and teach their party a lesson? That's my question. Well, then please answer it. When are you going to teach your party a lesson? Go ahead.
Stop. So you have to understand. Let me just back up real fast because I feel like.
Please answer the question. You can say whatever you want, but please answer.
Yeah, I will, but I also don't even want to, and you'll understand why in the way. Okay, so it's disingenuous to pigeonhole black people into either political party, regardless of whatever person you've bumped into. I don't even care about.
Absolutely, I agree with that.
You feel me? Because like we're kind of guests.
Except black women. I will pigeonhole them every day because they're fucking destroying the country at 93% of their vote. But
well, so the reason I say that is because we're guests in a home that never wanted us and made us servant slaves. And then we fought for our freedom and they said, fuck, we got to deal with them.
oh my God.
No, hold on. And I know you know about the party switch and the Dixiecrats. And
I don't know that. I know about the narrative about that, but I don't know that that's true. We could go over that later.
I would love to, because from my understanding, well, at least you know where I'm coming from. So when you look at this and you look at the history, it's like realistically, neither party is really for us. We're either a token pawn in one end or completely unwanted on the other. And sometimes even antagonistically treated on the other end. So realistically, most white people are apathetic to politics, and the ones that aren't, they're kind of middle-aged and they vote left because that just seems like the practical thing. And to their credit, no, bro, I'm sorry. You literally have Trump coming for affirmative action. You have Trump talking about renaming military bases Confederate names. It's just already uncomfortable, and who knows where it goes from here. On top of the fact that we are, by and large, we're for more funding for schools and not making it by zip code, so that there's not like ghetto schools and rich schools, and there's all kinds of issues that Republicans don't side with us on. So realistically, even if we agree on the social policy stuff, the fiscal stuff, the funny part is most black people actually hate deficit spending. Who's deficit spending like crazy right now? So that's what I'm saying. Like, it's not all the way genuine when you guys worship him just because he's kicking out the brown folk. Like, it's actually creepy.
Nobody's worshiping him for that. What are you talking about? Why do you have to distill it? Hold on. Why do you have to distill it down to idiocy? Why can't you just understand what I said, and why can't?
Say what that.
But why can't? What I would like you to do is do what you said you were going to do, which is when are you going to take your party and create a movement and force your party to do what you want, like we did? That's what I want to know. When are you going to do that?
You want black people to take over the fucking Democratic Party?
Yes.
Like the second we can.
Yes. I heard you guys are in power. You know, you got it all. You're in power. You're going to stick together, all that shit. When are you going to do it?
Why wouldn't you want to take over that power?
Oh, trust me, we want to. I'm talking about.
Yeah, because that would give you power, right? Power equals power. You know,
we are 13%, my brother, and that's all of us. That's the kids and the old folks. So I don't know.
We're not. Yeah, but you guys are the top of the food chain. You win the Impression Olympics. God forbid, get all the training blacks together, and you can really do damage. I'm serious.
Stop letting the internet be real. Like,
I'm not letting the internet. You're not listening to what reality. Reality is power. The truth. Reality is.
Bro,
do you see what we did?
If you go outside and talk to most black folk, they are not trying to play the Impression Olympics. They're working the job like everybody.
I agree.
It's these online. Look, I can't speak for the online lips, but I'm just saying, in real life.
Sorry, Adrian. Go ahead.
He's really quiet.
I'm a little fired.
Yeah, Ricky, I haven't heard you this fired up in a long time. Ricky, Adrian, you wanted to speak? You're a little low, right?
Yeah. Just wanted to say that you said something about Donald Trump taking away affirmative action. Really? Well, if you look further into the stats of affirmative action, you'll see that it benefited white people more than anything.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Right. So why is that black people's concern? That affirmative action for white women is being taken away.
Well, I mean, you could tweak it instead of getting rid of it. He didn't get rid of it because he was tired of white women getting handled. He got rid of it because, as he put it, we're tired of DEI. The DEI.
Yeah. I know.
Okay, that's what it's about.
Look into the stats of DEI. You'll see that black people benefited from DEI by 4%.
I know.
Why is black people concerned about that?
Well, roughly speaking, isn't that logical? Hold on, let's just do the quick math, right? Black people represent disproportionately the majority of the Congress people, which is not going to make them applicable to DEI because DEI is typically for some kind of executive or at least mid-tier position. You're not DEI into a fucking janitor position. So that comes out. Hold on. Hold on. Making it make sense. Hold on, real fast. We're making it make sense. Black people are disproportionately poor, meaning that they're not even eligible for most of the DEI positions. Then on top of it, they're a small minority of the country. Then on top of it, that minority, you actually have to shrink it down to the applicable range, which would be like what, 30 to 50? So now we're looking at how many 30 to 50-year-old black people are in the country. Yeah, that's probably 4%, bro. Yeah, that sounds about right. I'm sorry, do you think there's more black people than white women? Are you nuts? See, this is logical.
Who said that? Who said that?
I'm saying, do you see how that makes perfect sense? That number literally makes sense.
Who said that they thought that black people was more than white people? Who said that? Literally, nobody in
Well, my bad. I didn't mean to get overly rhetorical. I'm not trying to straw man you. I was just saying, that's got to be the only logical conclusion.
No, you keep compounding points on top of points and stuff, and you won't let a person get a single word in. Alright?
My bad.
It's crazy, man. Black people aren't bending themselves out of shape about DEI because black DEI didn't benefit black people any goddamn money. Not for real. Right? Let's just be fucking honest about this shit. And this was something that the Democrats wanted to lift black people so fucking hard for the Democrat Party. Look, that is true. Black men did save this country, right? The Democrats had a heads up months before the election. Matter of fact, about a year and a half before the election, they had a heads up from their own DNC. The DNC issued an internal memorandum telling the Biden administration, hey, if you don't do something about the black male vote being hemorrhaged, you are going to lose this fucking election. You get below this certain percentage point of black male voters leaving, you are going to lose. They didn't want to pay attention. They ignored it. They thought that they had black people in the bag, most importantly black men, because they figured, hey, black men are going to vote in line with the black woman. So that shit for granted. That did not be the case, right? This is how you know that they saw the writing on the wall. Kamala Harris, when she was asked about what is she going to do for black men, because they kept catering to every demographic in America. Identity politics, right? Except the black man. This is how Stacey Abrams lost her race. Remember when she said, hey, she went on TV and said, hey, if I lose, it is because black men didn't come out and vote for me. Well, Stacey Abrams, we had no policies that resonated with black men, and that the same goes for the Democrat Party. We have no policies that resonate with black men, which is why Kamala Harris had to go on a mad scramble in the waning weeks of the election and come up with this bullshit as policy plan for black men. It was 6 talking points. And you know what one of those goddamn talking points on there was? One of those.
What was it, King? Tell us.
It was motherfucking recreational weed. This is how much they fucking thought about black men. They thought that, hey, providing recreational weed to black men was going to be enough to get them over the line. I saw almost voted for that.
Oh, dang you, Dr. Adams.
That shit was a goddamn slap in the face on a farce. The same as get your booties to the poll. Remember that whole campaign? Right? They used strippers to try to urge black men to come out and vote. Strippers in Atlanta.
Oh, right.
This is, yeah.
We're trying to teach you something, truth.
Black men. And this is why black
Dr.
men.
I already know the Democrats ain't shit. This is not
I
a
didn't say that. I said we're trying to teach you something, and I'm not trying to be a dick about it. I'm trying to teach you that this is not going to work next time. And so I'm happy about that.
We're gonna sweep. So let me not say we, because
How?
I genuinely think you guys are over expecting the turnout for you guys. There's a lot of demoralized MAGA, they're embarrassed, it's not the world. There's a lot of pissed off blue that feels stupid. Independents regret it. It's gonna be, we're gonna take the house.
No, you're not.
No, you're not.
Hold on, wait.
Not right now.
More importantly, is with who?
They're not. That's the point that I'm going to get to. Because the Democrat Party is in utter chaos and in shambles right now. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to lionize Donald Trump right now, but I will give credit where credit is due. He completely destroyed the Democrat Party single-handedly, right? After this fucking election. This is how you know the Democrat Party is destroyed. Did you even watch the DNC when they was trying to pick a new chair, right, of the DNC? Did you even watch that shit?
No, I missed it.
That shit was a fucking embarrassment, right? You know the Democrat Party is in the shambles when they picked David Hogg as co-chair. David fucking Hogg from the Parkland shooting. These motherfuckers are in shambles. They're leaderless. They have no policies. They have no stance. The only thing that they can do right now is just say orange man bad. And we understand that that is not going to be enough because they have lost in every fucking election. Any Democrat that came out with orange man bad as a campaign message has lost their goddamn races. Every single one of them. That is not going to be enough to win the fucking midterm. The Democrat Party is fucked up. And what they need to do is abandon all of these radical left policies that fucked them up and made them so disconnected from the public. It's a shame. They're going to need to they're going to need to cut ties with all of that shit. But they're not.
There's an element in that. I am worried about that, especially
so this would going into our fourth cycle now between midterms and and then the presidential election. Do you think after this many years and this many times, what Adrian has brought up here is running against Donald Trump with the same rhetoric we've heard? Because nothing has changed since we've come out of the
he lost a second time.
The recent election. Let me just finish my question. Do you think that rhetoric will work this go around, Truth?
Yes.
That's what Adrian.
That's a great question. I couldn't say it would work, and I won't say it won't work. I'll agree that the rhetoric they use, because you're right, they definitely, anyone who ran on a lack of a platform, and instead of having their own platform, their platform was simply to say, I'm against, whoever, whether it's Trump or even Bush. Anytime you make your platform just anti the other guy, it's not enough to motivate your own base, and it's not really going to work against the other base because they're going to vote for their guy. So who are you talking to? It doesn't really work. It's kind of redundant when you think about it, because people who are you're really only trying to convince the independents in the swing states anyway. That's the only person you're really talking to. And Democrats never market themselves correctly. Hillary Clinton famously skipped various states. It was fucking crazy. So if they do shit like that again, they'll get cooked. I don't think that's going to happen. I really don't think that's
They are going to get cooked. They are doing that. Ricky, here's something that they're not talking about. A lot of people aren't talking about. The Democrats are going to get cooked. Why? It's because they are out here actively shopping for consulting agencies spending boatloads of money on consulting agencies on how to talk to American men, right? They don't know how to talk to American men at all. This goes to show you how disconnected they are from the populace, right? Tim Walz actually came out here and said, they picked me because I can cold talk to white guys. No, the fuck you can't, motherfucker. Right? And I'm a black guy, and I can tell you that you can't color talk to white guys. Well, no white guys resonating with any message that you had going on, Tim Walz. And how I know this? Because at the DNC, the third night of the DNC, CNN actually had commentary, and they brought up Tim Walz and dug him off. And they said, well, I think it was a very smart move for them to trot them out and be the voice for men that are not testosterone laden. Men that might have less testosterone. This is what CNN said. I go find a clip. They said this shit. I heard those were the perfect guys to talk to men that wasn't necessarily masculine men. What in the fuck? Are you serious? They're not taking shit in the goddamn midterms. Not a fucking thing.
Sometimes I do forget just how disconnected the Democratic Party can be. It's really cringe sometimes. I don't know. Look,
it got so bad to the point that Chris Cuomo called out the disconnect at the DNC on the floor, where he said, I thought the Democrat Party was supposed to be the party of the working man. But now that I'm here on the floor and in this convention, I'm looking at all of these multi-million-dollar suites that was bought and paid for by Democrat donors just so they can sit up top and look down onto the plebes. Chris Cuomo said that at the DNC to their faces.
We're not trying to, it seems like you're at a loss for words, and you should be. But that's not me. Hold on. That's not me being a dickhead. That's not me being a dick.
I don't think you're being a dick.
And I'm not even trying. I literally feel. I'm not gonna say I feel bad for you right now, but I'm gonna say I feel bad at the position you're in, right? Because and I shouldn't say this, right? But I'm gonna say it just because I've known you for a couple of years at this point. If the Democrat Party continues on the path that they're on, they will lose for another 20 years. Now, I don't think they're that dumb, but I do think that they're dumb enough to lose for the next 4 years, because I think that they're dumb enough to not realize why black men 18 to 55 broke apart with them and voted 50% more for the crazy racist Republican Donald Trump in their outlook. That's who that is. And why they have not changed a thing. Can anybody in here, somebody tell me where they're moving on this.
No, they're not moving on any of that. In fact, they're doubling down on this. How I know, because I watched them pick the co-chair for the DNC, right? When they had all the candidates on stage, and they asked them, in light of what you saw in the election and the results there that happened, they asked them, what direction would you take the Democrat Party? What new direction would you take them? Nobody had any clear message. No clear message.
What did that guy say?
Double down.
The guy who won, what did he say? Sorry, Truth. I heard this, but I forget.
They asked one of the ladies on the stage, you know what the fuck she did? She started singing. Because she didn't have an answer.
Adrian.
Which direction they were going to take the Democrat Party.
Adrian, and listen to this, Truth. This is a really good point about the modern day Democrat Party. Adrian, are you familiar with the rules that they created to choose and vote on the chair of the DNC? Are you familiar with that?
Vaguely, I think I missed some parts.
So they wanted to make sure that they had an equal number of votes between men, women, and third gender.
Yep, you sure were. Yep.
What is non-binary? I'm not really.
Yeah, I think that's it.
So Truth. Yeah. So Truth. Where the Democrat Party is right now is they're implementing these concepts that they advance inside the upper echelons of the party itself, and it's not really benefiting of choosing who the best person for the job, or the best person to be able to lead the Democrat Party into the next cycle. So, you come in here and you listen to us complain about the Democrats and advocate for Trump and some of the ideas and stuff like that. Literally, you could go back to Democrat voters and use our same talking points and tell them what's wrong with the Democrat Party. And you can hold the Democrat Party itself accountable for true change and better change for our country. Because I want to see the country in a better direction. And a better Democrat Party, a stronger Democrat Party, would be better for our country as a whole. But until that tune changes, like Adrian said, it's not changing. We're going to have decades of Republican leadership.
I don't think the problem with the Democratic Party is unique to that. This is just my perspective. I don't think the problem with the Democratic Party is unique to it. In fact, I don't even necessarily think it's as bad as you're describing it, although I do agree. There's a lack of focus, there's a lack of vision, and that's because their recent, let's call it meddling, with the whole Hillary Clinton stuff. We don't have to get into it, but their recent game plan backfired, and that's because Trump was a wild card, right? Trump wasn't even supposed to be in no one saw that coming, and he didn't win. He won this, it's not as if he got consecutive, so it's not even as if they know how to take him or the movement behind him, because obviously he can't run again. He keeps joking like he would, but the truth is he's too old anyway. But he's creating space so that his vacuum doesn't get filled. He's actually trying, I know what he's doing, he's galvanizing energy for the next election around his party, and he's going to hand off the baton to somebody. If that's Vance, I'm going to laugh my ass off. We'll see if America elects that dude, but regardless, he's at least trying to maintain, Senate and Congress. I get the whole plot. I get the strategy. The reason why I'm confident Democrats are going to win is because despite their lack of focus, they don't have the unified. And something Trump did, this is why I said I don't see it the same, I do see it the same, is because outside of Trump, the Republican Party is the Democrat Party, right? I've seen it divulge into fucking Mitt Romney's and Ted Cruz's. Like, it's actually, I don't like sound.
It was, you're right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just not the Republican Party I grew up with, so it's kind of strange.
Well, no, it was. What you're describing was almost, it was over a decade ago. But you're right about that. Yeah, Trump came in and ass-raped the entire Republican Party until they got behind him, which is what we want. So, yes. But that's not the case today in 2025. The Republican Party is in lockstep.
What happens when he leaves? That's what my mind's at. I'm like,
we get another one.
I can tell you.
I don't know.
Vance, Vivek Ramaswamy, there's like 40 people that we'd be happy to have.
You know it's
hold
not
on.
them.
The
They're
fact
not
that
gonna
that's-
replace-
I don't know it's not them.
You think Vivek is gonna replace Trump?
No.
Come
I
Listen.
didn't say that. I said
Because America loves Trump. He's literally, it's different.
Are you sure about that? I mean, come on.
it's not different.
No, here's what I mean by when I say it's different. He's been a, what's it called? He was a reality star and a billionaire and a magnet. Like, he has an image that's way older than his campaign. And, like, I don't know, like, people might be discounting just how much of an effect that has when he fades to black. There is no one replacing that. I'm sorry.
Well, hold on. See, what the Republicans are not going to do, right, is they're not going to sit back on their laurels like the Democrats did. The Democrats put themselves in this situation. It was 16 years in the making of how Donald Trump regained the White House. 16 years. The Democrats did it to themselves, and I can tell you how. Well, for the first 8 years of Obama, they they thought, okay, well, we got it good, right? At least, well, for the first 4. And then his re-election happened, right? He had it in the bag. What the Democrats should
Next stop, Wakanda. That's what they thought.
Look, what the Democrats should have been doing during the whole entire 8 years of Obama was grooming a quality candidate. They didn't do that, right? They did not do that, and this is
because they planned to hand it to Hillary.
Exactly. She was supposed to have been the heir apparent.
It's her turn.
Right?
Remember that
Hold
shit?
on, wait. Well, listen. Hear me out. She was supposed to be the heir apparent, right?
Yeah.
Because they gave her the Secretary of State job, right? As a consolation, right? She was supposed to be her turn, get the baton and run with it. But something happened. It was a black swan event in 2015 when Donald Trump announced his candidacy and came down the goddamn escalator, right? Motherfuckers didn't think that he had a snowball chance in hell. Mind you, the poll said Hillary had a 92% chance of winning against Donald Trump. That didn't turn out the way that they thought, right? So now, his first 4 years, mind you, we're 12 years in now, they spent more time investigating than legislating and goddamn grooming a quality candidate, which is proof because when 2020 came around, the Democrats had over 25 fucking candidates in the goddamn field, and no one panned out.
He's right.
Not a single one. Not a single one of them panned out because they never had a bench at all. No Klobuchar, no Yang, no Buttigieg, no Sanders. I mean, they had to shaft Bernie Sanders twice.
Facts.
For the party, right? So cool. 2020 rolls around. Joe Biden gets in there. They had to shoehorn Joe Biden in there. And they did it through a coalition of votes and how they shafted Bernie Sanders because Bernie Sanders mopped the floor with them in the Iowa caucus, right? Bernie Sanders ran away with it. And then that's when Klobuchar and Buttigieg and all of them failed to drop out in time. And when they dropped out, they threw all their support behind Joe Biden, right? Which fucked over Bernie Sanders. Now, during Joe Biden's 4 years, they didn't groom a fucking candidate at all.
And he was only supposed to run for 4 years. He said that up front.
Exactly.
Yeah, he said that
because Joe Biden, if
That
you look at
pissed
Joe
me
Biden's
off.
campaign, Joe Biden's campaign, he never had any record to run on. He only ran on Obama's record, right? So people figured, we get Joe Biden in there, we're going to get another Obama. All right. Little do they know they were correct, but not in the fashion that they thought they were going to get it. So now, in July, at that the fateful day of the goddamn Democrats, at the fucking debate, when Joe Biden did an epic meltdown in front of the universe, they had to do a mad scramble because she wasn't ever supposed to get the fucking position, but they had to do something. This is why they didn't have an open primary, right? An open convention.
Yeah,
To
because
pick a new
she got
candidate.
1% of the vote last time.
No, it is because they played the identity politics card, right? Look, at the debate when he melted down, MSNBC was talking to one of their candidates, and she said, I spoke to a lot of Democrat lawmakers, some top Democrat lawmakers, and looking at Joe Biden's performance, they're considering having an open convention, but they couldn't do it. If you look at the short list of people of the Democrat Party who could get some votes, it was Whitmer, Newsom, Josh Shapiro. But they couldn't go with any of those white candidates because they could not leapfrog a black woman. And that was going to fuck them up because she was going to play the DEI card. I promise you she would. So they had to go with her. They had to go with her. Right. They had to go with her. This is where all that billions of dollars came from.
No, they did it because she had the most names.
No, she didn't.
I think it was Biden.
Hold on.
It was you, bro. It's literally just that simple.
Well,
Now,
I'd like to hear
we
this.
can agree.
Hold on, I got a question.
I just want to say this real fast because he said,
Okay.
I'm not going
Then I got a question for you.
reply to everything we said, but just goes to the fast. We can agree she got selected for that reason. He literally said it himself. That being said, once she was already VP, I mean, to be fair, you do kind of where they fucked up is they should have let her primary, put their backing behind her. They were probably scared because the truth is, like I said, last time they did that, she got 1% of the vote. She wasn't going to be selected, so.
So let me ask this question. Hold on. Hold on, see. I gotta ask this question. Okay, so now I agree 100% with you, Truth. And Adrian led with a great point there. I want to do some soul searching here. Do you believe, knowing what we know now with identity politics within the upper echelon of the Democrat Party, do you believe, as long as they continue pushing, equal gender stuff and the DEI concepts, because they're doing it in their party, will the Democrats select their best candidate based on merit or based on identity? And if it is identity that comes to the top, will that be the best candidate?
I don't think it's going to be DEI, and I don't think it's going to be merit. I think it's going to be the best person that's going to actually bring new economics to the.
We'll go to you, C, right?
We're asking the delusional black man respectfully, C, so just hold on a second.
Truth, I know this is a hard one because you just admitted it. So now, do you think if they continue down this path, they're going to select the best candidate come 2028?
I think realistically, they're just going to select another corporate Democrat stooge. If they do select someone semi-radical, it'll just be another moderate that's only radical based off like corporate standards.
Will it be the best candidate though?
I mean, you can get a 2-for-1. Like Obama was a deadly weapon, and he just happened to be the perfect optics. So I don't think I don't think that pigeonholes them into. So like even the narrative behind DEI ironically dovetails that response because the narrative is kind of backwards. It's this idea that underqualified people are being selected. No, the idea is overqualified and underselected because of race. Like that's the idea. Likewise,
I agree with them on that.
well, that's fine, but it's statistically proven by various, like, dozens and dozens of demonstrable academic paperwork has shown this. And by the way, it's common sense if you know how nepotism works. It doesn't have to be malicious. It's just common sense. So people actually hire a friend of a friend or a brother or a cousin, and if you're of a different race, you probably don't come from the same neighborhood, and so you're not in their social circle. It's not even that deep.
So Truth, let me frame this. So, I get your point. Let me frame this with you. Just so we're clear here. Even though you admit, and you know, the Democrats should have held a primary and chosen their candidate based on merit, on who could get the most votes, because actually Joe Biden got the most votes in the primary of the Democrat Party. Even though you know all of what happened in 2024's election, you're still willing to go along and go back to the well of the identity politics train and try it one more time. Is that?
I can't control what the DNC does.
No, I know you don't. I know.
We're asking your opinion.
Yeah, I know you don't, and no hate against you. I'm just curious your mindset, because I'd instantly say no. I mean, after learning my lesson in 2028, I'd demand the party selects their candidate based on merit rather than identity.
Tone down the LMAO P Squad stuff. I think they're going to tone that down. They're probably going to fall back on the bathroom position because that was the #1 position they really lost so much ground on, which was such an easy give. It's weird. And same with the sports stuff. And now what I'm worried about is it doesn't look like they're backing up on childhood transitioning. So that's not going to go well in the South.
Well, they have no choice to because the Supreme Court ruled against that. They have no choice but to back up on that.
Oh, well, that might actually play in their favor then, so they don't have to talk about it. Because they're basically, like, there's this fringe base that gives a fuck about that weird shit. But,
okay, so I mean, think about it like this. She was selected by Joe Biden as an insurance policy. That's all she was, because remember, she never got a single delegate vote. Right?
No, we have to be fair though. She was literally senator of California, which is like
That doesn't mean anything.
Hold on, but no, California is not just a random blue state. It's the blue state. So no, she came with carte blanche. That's you have to understand.
No, she didn't. Look,
Yes,
she only got that position.
She has a lot of experience.
No, she doesn't. She does not. If that's the case, then why didn't she get any delegate votes? She didn't get a single one.
She's more like campaigning. No, yeah,
She is highly unlikable.
Yeah,
She's not qualified. Right? Hold on. She's not qualified.
Those aren't the same.
served in Senate for 2 years. First president for the first time in 2 years.
Bro, she was not qualified at all.
Wasn't even qualified.
Carte blanche means nothing, bro. Carte blanche means nothing. And y'all are forgetting, on that debate stage, she actively and openly called goddamn Joe Biden a racist, right? Well, she called him a segregationist. And in an interview after that, she called him a sexual predator, right? That rubbed Jill Biden the wrong way, right? This is why the first 6 months of their administration, they had an internal war going on. Her staffers were not talking to his staffers. Jill Biden hated Kamala Harris. So when it came time for Joe to drop out, he didn't drop out voluntarily. The Democrats pushed his ass the fuck out because Jill wasn't going to let that shit happen. Mind you, I have to remind you that there was a presidential letter that went out with Joe Biden's name on it, talking about he was going to drop out. But if you look at that letter, Joe Biden's office did not do that. There was no presidential seal on that goddamn letterhead at all. The Democrats did that shit and they forced Joe Biden to pass the torch to goddamn Kamala Harris when they installed her, right? And stop me if I'm lying, Room, but that is a real thing that happened. And he was forced. Yeah, he was forced out, bro. She was a bad candidate, and they know it.
So in any case, it's like, look, I already listen. I saw what they did to Bernie, and that's not even the first time either party has done shady shit. Both parties, that's just
Not to the level of this.
fucked up shit. That's just facts, and it is what it is. It's not good. It's torn. But regardless of that,
The sitting president, hold on, the sitting president resigned from he was already elected the nominee who run in 2024, and he resigned from the nomination over Twitter with a posted letter that didn't have a presidential seal on it, had nothing official on it.
Told you.
You know, he didn't come out for how long was it? A week? Was it a week? 2 weeks almost before he even came out.
this guy
didn't talk about it.
Stage of truth. They had to. He had cancer then. So again, like I said,
I don't take you for a dumb guy.
but did you hear what I just said? They probably knew he had cancer then.
You're just making it up, bro.
Hold on. How am I making that up? You think they?
The truth, I have to put it in context for you. They knew way before that incident happened that he had.
Yeah, that's my point. That's what I'm saying. All of this is theater. All of this is theater. They knew they weren't going to be able to run it.
The whole game is theater.
Hold on.
Now they probably thought they were going to
We're talking about theater.
I don't really just hear me out. Hold on. I just listened for it. I think what they probably thought they were going to be able to do was actually get him into office and then kind of shuffle him out. He didn't even make it there. And again, this does not shock me because this is how politics is played. I've seen the Republicans do just the shady shit, and I'm not trying to play tit for tat.
No, you haven't. I have never seen the Republicans do that. Never.
Not that specific.
Name one.
Wait, not that exactly.
Name one that's close.
Close. To me, all the shit that, fuck, I just blanked on his name, hold on. Oh, how did I blank on this guy? Mitch McConnell. All the shit that Mitch McConnell was doing under Obama, in my opinion, was like insane. I can't remember it all.
Name one event. Just name one by Mitch McConnell.
Oh, God.
I might agree with you.
Hold on, I will give you I will help you out here. I will give you an alley, right? Remember when Mitch McConnell froze at the podium? Remember that?
Oh yeah, that was last year.
Right. Remember when he froze at the podium? Republicans had a chance to get the fuck up out of here, but they didn't, right? Joe Biden didn't get spit. Matter of fact, Dianne Feinstein, right? Nobody even knew where the fuck she was at for a long time, right? Fetterman, this motherfucker had a brain stroke, and they still put his ass in the goddamn seat. Did they not?
They did.
Did they not?
Gavin Newsom.
Yeah.
Gavin Newsom got tucked away during his tenure as, San Francisco mayor due to an alcohol issue.
Yeah, exactly. Right? So the Democrats have known to be putting corporeal forms in goddamn seats when they know they shouldn't have to do so, right? When they know they shouldn't do this shit. In fact,
I mean, what
they
about
knew
the
about,
mayor of
hold on,
DC? Wasn't he a Democrat?
hey, Adams,
Man, you guys
Adams,
what's
hold on, Adams, it gets better. Adams, it gets better. The Atlantic put out
Tiffany
a fucking
Hayter.
article. The Atlantic put out an article that said, no, all we need is your corporeal form. This was in 2021, 2020. Right? They knew about his fucking cancer diagnosis back then. They knew about it. They only needed his body. And they were going to do the rest, which we know and has been confirmed that they have been doing auto pin shit. Exactly.
This is another great point by Adrian. Let me frame it in a question. Truth. Do you think the Democrat Party can ever get over the fact that they were willing to keep Biden in office even though they knew his health was so bad that they had to remove him from the nomination?
Most people I know don't care. They don't even remotely care.
So you think they will? No, I'm not talking about Democrat sycophants. I'm talking about, do you think they'll ever be able to recover?
Like, no one really cares. We've seen so much in this world.
So it goes back to the original question. Why don't you ever hold the Democrats accountable, and you and the people that don't care? Why don't you ever hold them accountable for all these issues that we've listed out? Not choosing their nominee by merit, keeping...
Definitely hold Democrats accountable. I think that's part of why we lose.
Name one instance.
Bro, like, so many people did protest votes and like, were hashtagging not with her and not my nominee, and what they call her, Hitler. They were calling her Hitler.
That's bullshit.
They were calling her genocider. No, bro, you don't understand.
No, it isn't changing things. So what would you call it? Like 30 people saying, "Hey, not my president." Let's say it's 10,000 people. What is the effect of the change? Because we went in and changed the entire Republican Party over 8 years. What have you guys done?
Here, I can literally, y'all know go, right? Y'all know go.
Yeah, but before we go to go, let me point out, and then we'll go right to them. Look, Truth, you already said it. You earlier, and I appreciate you being genuine in this conversation and candid with us. You said earlier, the Democrats will probably just pick another corporate Democrat. You see, where you're at in the political system right now is you're already beat down so much that you don't feel like you have a voice, or you don't feel like you have enough influence or power. Let me tell you what, the Democrat voters do have power, and you could select someone other than a corporate Democrat if y'all banded together today and started moving towards that.
On principle.
It's odd that we're trying to help the other party out, right, Joe?
It is.
It's funny you say that because we are doing that as like on the grassroots level locally. That's what a lot of the conversation is.
Well, okay, maybe you can tell us, because what we're seeing is the No Kings protest. So here again, more rhetoric. We're not going to have, more orange man bad. Trump's the next coming of Hitler. what we're seeing on the television and coming through our airwaves. So when do we get to see what the grassroots Democrats are actually talking about and how they're going to hold their party?
Hold on. The No Kings protests were in response to a contention that, to be fair, is amongst like political nerds, genuinely a good discussion, and like in the real world, something that's going to lead to violent protests, which is the what is it called, the security clause versus the 10th Amendment, right? No, the 6th clause of the Articles of Confederation, where it's like, on one end, the states have rights where they don't have to obey, they do not obey, yeah, they don't have to obey the Fed and do whatever the Fed says. That being said, they're also not allowed to get in the way of the Fed. And so it's like this weird space where it's like, how much authority do they have over for example, the National Guard, or how much jurisdiction do they have, or how much can they force participation, if any at all? It's like,
That wasn't what the
I think
Philippines was.
it was because the state, hold on, hear me out. It was because the people literally elected people that create sanctuary cities. It's like no one forced sanctuary cities on these people. So, hold on. So when the executive comes in, you have to understand, if you're someone who champions states' rights, this should be a no-brainer. When the people themselves elect people who create sanctuary cities, they have told you how they feel. And so when the Fed comes in and says, we don't give a fuck how you feel, even in your own state, fuck your state's rights, we're taking them out. Yeah, that's going to result in, by the way, America's largest protest in history. It was mostly about ISIS actions and going into blue states and fucking raping people's houses.
No, it wasn't.
And it was also about the executive orders.
No, it was because of the results of the election, right? He won the Senate, right? What else? Oh,
no, he called himself a king on Truth Social. At the same time, he was supporting people who buy certain masks. I'm telling you what it was about.
Okay, cool.
If you stop dudes in the protest and say, why are you protesting? Why are you protesting?
Right.
He'd say, leave people alone. I smoked up. Right? Like, he's not, whatever you're about to say, that's not what the dude protesting was thinking.
Hold on, I gotta say this for a second, though. He only called himself the king to troll the Democrats because the Democrats are the ones that gave him that title, right? They're the ones that said because of how he won the election, he swept the popular vote, the electoral college. I mean, he's good in control of the judicial, the Supreme Court. He got the White House, all of that shit. And they said officially, like, he's moving like he's a king, right? No one can tell him what to do. He is the supreme leader of the goddamn country, and he's moving like a goddamn king.
No, that's not what happened.
Stop. Yes, it is. Maxine Waters. Bullshit. Maxine Waters came out and said that shit, right? And it caught fire, and people mobilized, they mass mobilized. If you looked at the numbers of the No Kings across the country, I have only one question. How come motherfuckers didn't get mobilized like that on election night?
Hey, help me out. Help me out. I want to add one thing. Let me ask. I also assumed it was about the level and the amount of executive orders that Trump had signed, and what those executive orders were doing. One being about the ICE and the illegal immigration and the deportation.
Exactly.
That's just one element you're talking about. I think Adrian's point is the grander point here, but you're talking about one smaller example about that.
Yeah, because what I'm pointing at is, so the No Kings protest was actually the largest protest in American history thus far. So it was not a small participation, and it was country nationwide. Right?
No one said it was.
No, I'm not saying no one said it. I'm saying that that's context. So when we conceptualize, okay, the average person at this protest doesn't even know what Joe just said. They don't know that. If you stop them and ask them, like, oh, do you know that Trump's been executing a lot of executive orders, which is like somewhat controversial, first began like under like extreme circumstances, but normalized since the war on terror, and we used to not like this, but now we're just making it normal. Like, how do you feel about that? They're like, what are you talking about? I don't know about any of this. All I know, Trump bad. I'm pissed. Leave them alone. They're Americans. You know, he's racist. Like, I'm telling you, it's not that deep than that. I'm fucking telling you. And it's important to understand that they're operating off optics. And that's what I was going to ask you, how much liberal media do you consume? Because if you're consuming liberal media, they're calling him a Nazi, they're calling him a fascist, they're saying that he's taking over states I mean, it is what it is. This is the media. And so they're just telling people, like, in a very few months. I even had to calm my family down because, like, everyone's like, oh, no, he's going to, oh, do we have to move? Oh, okay. I was like, relax, but you have to understand, like, this is what most people are thinking. And so then the other thing is the intelligent people don't go to violent protests. Like, I'm not saying none of them do, but dude, the fucking minority. And they're already a minority. So there's no sophisticated people at these protests. That's always the thing. And that's what's so annoying is because then people will use that to try to scapegoat the whole fucking group. And it's like, really?
But do
Like,
you
the
know
average
why they was
Democrats
having
at home
the violent protests? Do you know why they were having the violent protests? It is because look, the average motherfucker, the average age of the violent protesters out there was what, 22, 23, 24, right? Guess what? They wanted their Ferguson moment. Go back to 2014. Those 22, 23, 24-year-olds, how old were they in 2014?
So I looked at
They were about 12 years old. They were 13 years old.
The median age of the No Kings protest was 36, based off where are they getting the source from?
Wait, how many?
I looked up average age No King protest. It says median age of participants was 36. But I'm curious where they would get that from.
Exactly. How would they know that?
Yeah, we can't even independently verify the amount of people that showed up at the No Kings protest. I know it's claimed to be the largest single-day protest in America. When you have 2,100 locations, I'm sure you're going to be able to bring it out.
Mostly consisted of college students and shit.
Yeah, that makes sense. No, but I just see older people going. I could honestly say tons.
Yeah, it was boomers that was going out every weekend to Tesla dealerships, standing up in the rain with a damn sign said, "I hate Elon," right? Those the boomers, right?
Yeah.
But we know that those young people that went out there outnumbered the fucking boomers. So guess what? When you have a demographic of young people like that for the last 10, 12 years, 10, 11 years, they've been seeing protest after protest after protest. It was the Ferguson shit. It was Baltimore. It was George Floyd. All of that shit. A lot of them were too young to go out there in the fucking streets themselves without their parents. And so they wanted their moment. They wanted their time in the sun. They wanted their moment to shine on social media, to boost their profiles, all of that shit. It was the algorithmic psychosis that I call it. That they grew up on the internet.
No,
they saw yes, it is.
No.
Yes, it
I
is.
don't think you guys understand how Democrats view.
No, he's 100% correct.
No, sir.
Hold on, real fast.
I
Trump
need to
is
finish
running
this.
on removing Social Security, Medicaid, Medicare. He's talking about we gotta get rid of these programs. Most of these people have grandparents living off their Social
That's
Security.
not what he's saying.
That's not what
No,
I'm
that's
saying,
what the.
bro.
No, I'm
No,
saying
that's
that's
not
what
what
Trump was saying he wanted to do.
Okay,
And that's
well,
what
can you hear his point of view first?
I literally heard what he said.
No, you didn't. Because a lot of those young people had their worldviews pushed to them through the internet by the algorithm on the fucking internet. So whatever they see on the internet, day in and day out, right? They think that's how the world operates. So when they get fed narratives that, oh, he is arresting American citizens and deporting them, that's bullshit. They didn't go out there fully informed.
And Adrian, you're underselling it. You're underselling it, Adrian. Because
drastically.
It's not just. It's not like this is some niche shit on the internet that gets pushed to people through internet algorithms. This is CNN and
Every major,
MSNBC.
legacy media. I mean, it was all social media. It was everything that anyone in that capacity or even. Yeah. And then
Elon Musk was literally, bro. Okay, so you have to understand. Just look at the optics, because that's why I was like, "What media sources are you watching?" You don't have to agree with it, but just understand, like, this is the optics, right? So the narrative is.
Yeah, but hold on, Trump.
Elon Musk.
Truth. You're switching. You're switching
No,
back.
it's relevant.
Truth.
Holy shit.
Let me just say something real quick. You're switching back and forth between two opposing assertions. When you clarify and say this is the narrative that the media and the Democratic Party, etc., put forth, and that's what their supporters believe, then we have agreement. When you say this is what Trump said he was going to do, that's where we disagree.
Well, we can debate that at the end, but I just want to.
But you've been on both sides of the issue. That's
Yeah,
what I'm
but
saying.
exactly. So it's important that you address it at the simultaneously. Otherwise, you're going to miss the
then it takes too long to get through it. First, we just get the thing out.
We get it, buddy. You're the only one that's not.
Either like you said, second, the Democratic voters and the No Kings protesters are dummies who don't even really know why they don't know what an executive order is, or it's the first statement you made, that they're scholars. That they're scholars that much like you think that we still operate under the Articles of Confederation.
You made a valiant effort of trying.
You brought up the Articles of Confederation.
I was responding to
and that it's a state's right.
And so Mike on Mike, and then we'll go back to truth. Mike, finish your point. Hold on. One mic on Mike, then we'll go to truth. Go.
Thank you. So, yeah, the first thing you said is that the No Kings protesters aren't very smart or savvy to politics. They wouldn't know what an executive order was.
You're repeating yourself.
Yeah, because you keep interrupting me.
No, you actually interrupted me. I don't know why you let you
just look, just even if he's repeating, let him finish his thoughts.
No, I'm not gonna lie, I'm losing patience. I'm actually just pissed off. Like, I was speaking, he interrupted me. I'm losing a lot of patience. It's not bad. I listened for 5 minutes to Adrian, and now I'm listening to you. It's actually fucking irritating.
Adrian tried to explain it to you. You never hardly let him speak. Mike tried to explain it to you. Hardly let him speak. Is anybody gonna be able to tell you shit?
Please be quiet. This has nothing to do with you. Anyway, Adrian was speaking to me. I want to reply to him. Now Mike wants to interrupt my reply, and I gotta listen to Mike? Wouldn't you be pissed? Bro, I'm not, and I don't have patience for that.
Well, the room is here for people other than, you and Adrian.
No, I'm
listen, if you have such a crush on Adrian,
I don't want to remember.
You can ping him into a private.
No, hold on. I'm so free. I'm so comfortable passing the mic, but I don't want to.
I don't think you are comfortable passing the mic.
I do not
throwing
want
a little hissy fit that someone else is trying.
It sounds like a
Hold on. I don't want to remember my reply to Adrian and reply to you.
Okay, True, check it out, man. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna let you go, okay? And we're gonna let you just get it out, okay? And make it 45 seconds concise, and then we're gonna pass the mic around.
No, 45 seconds is crazy because Adrian.
Come on, it's either 45 or nothing. Come on, dude.
No, it's fine. But Adrian spoke for 8 minutes, so y'all got it.
Okay, all right, whatever. He's gone. He was gonna leave anyway, so.
Why can't I make the ding sound of a bell, Matt? Why did they take that away from me? I need to make that ding sound.
They still don't get it, though. I mean, that was a great, example of where we're at right now. They're so confident. They're like, oh, we're going to take the midterms. We're going to win back the White House. It's like, man, y'all
got to make the ding sound. I want to make the ding sound.
Kitty, you do it with your mic open.
Okay, but I thought I did. Okay, thanks.
Sorry, Joe. Go ahead. It really does. It really does, Joe. No, it does show exactly what we were talking about. I mean, we started up the question exactly. We got the question out there, and we ended up back at the same place, basically proving his own problem that he was saying it's not happening. You know what I mean, with their party.
Yeah, but
Adrian was laying these haymaker points, and he would even agree with him, and even get to the point. Then I would reframe it, and I would ask him the question, and he would backpedal on it, in his logic, and say, well, maybe we should just go back one more time to the DEI way of selecting our candidate. Maybe it'll work out this next time. They're lost. They're absolutely.
I thought for sure Mike is going to be the one to get through. He's going to say it in such a very passive aggressive, maybe, I don't know, way where he'll be like, okay, nope.
We might have this replace him. It might have been a rotation here. I think Bully, I think you're going to be the ones to replace him, but.
Hey, yeah, man.
What's going on, buddy?
This shit, bro. Yeah, no, nothing, man. So, Matt.
Yeah, go ahead. You can ask me a question, but I want to ask you one too. Go ahead. Yeah.
Shoot. You first.
Okay, no, I want to get your opinion of what you think of the. Now I'm blanking on the name of the stupid protest. What was it called again?
Okay.
Oh, no kings. I want you to know, I want you to eventually let us know what you think the definition or what was the purpose of that particular protest. I don't know if you want to do that right this second, but you can ask me a question, whatever you want to do.
Hold on, and
That's a lame and loaded question. You think you do something, but it's funny.
What?
I think I'm more aligned with Pete on this one. Or I'm trying to speak your language, right? Or what's that Spanish Mexican dude?
No, it's arrangement.
You see,
It's
you see, she stopped babbling right out the gate. You know Nick Fuentes? So you know what my question is? You still support Trump?
Yes.
By the way, I'm apolitical.
Hey, hold on. Let me just have this.
Can you tell this chick to leave me alone?
I got it. Just relax. Okay, go ahead.
I'm always relaxed, Matt. Stop.
Well, don't be going after. Don't go after her. There's no point in going after her.
I'm not. Am I the one going after her?
Yeah, he just said something about her. So he said this chick.
I'm the one who said something, or she's ad-libbing as if she's P. Diddy.
Carry on. Go ahead.
Yeah. So you still support Trump?
Yes.
So it's no MAGA first, America first.
So I'm assuming you're referring to what happened in Iran, right? That's why you're going down this road.
No. I don't care about that, bro. I'm trying to look at things from your perspective. Protect the border.
Yeah.
Kitty.
I'm the one going after her, right?
Okay, calm down.
Let me say something. Yo, listen. I'm apolitical. I'm not American. I don't live in America. I'm from the outside looking in. I don't care what side of the spectrum is. Y'all all look funny to me, man. It's like schizophrenic behavior, to be honest, or tendencies at best.
We look funny to him while he's roasting goat meat over a dung fire and.
Yeah, you know, it's very funny to me how people want to use terms like apolitical. I wouldn't call your stance in the meaning that you're trying to deploy as apolitical. What I would actually, excuse me, I plumbing. I think I have the right to finish. Thank you.
Yeah, let him finish.
Well, you talking shit. What's my stance?
Okay, so again, I don't believe that his sentiments are apolitical. What I do believe is that his sentiments are apolarized. Those are two entirely different things. Two entirely different things.
You're yapping. What's my stance? What's my stance?
Well, you might not even know your own.
I don't believe his stance is apolitical.
Okay, wait.
This is what y'all do.
Well, I don't think that you know what your stance is from the standpoint. Hold on, man. I don't think that you understand what your stance is from the standpoint of American politics because you're not American. But you're not American. You're not American.
Dark psychology.
You're not American. There's no dark psychology behind that. It's a matter of a green card or a passport. Neither one of them you have.
I gave you the answer, Dr. Adams. You read it in the chat.
What are we doing?
Yeah, it's just a bunch of
Arrangement.
Hold on. I want to focus in on what his stance is. Okay, hold on. Because he just came out with that.
There you go.
I'm talking.
One genuine question.
Can you just hold on a second, or you just, I don't know what you're doing, but
doing nothing. They're piling on me, and obviously you're suffering from cognitive bias. You're a moderator, and you don't know how to show moderation.
Yeah, you're not the victim. If you're an applicant, blame reparations from the victim costs, okay?
I can moderate, but talking over.
Low fucking IQ.
Look at this guy. This guy's losing it.
I'm the one losing it.
Yeah, you're clearly not there. You're having some TDS.
Guys, listen. He made a very reasonable point.
But I'm apolitical.
It's a very reasonable point he's making. We should be very concerned that the shithole countries are living in.
Another honest guy.
Yeah, I'm really
Excuse me,
That was the point of your statement.
excuse me, who's laughing? We have 5-lane freeways in the Kardashians. There's 10 homes up my hill for sale for over $100 million. This motherfucker has flies in his mouth. Okay, his mother and his sisters are bare-chested with baskets on top of their head, and they don't have indoor plumbing. Okay, so they can go fuck themselves. Thank you very much. The worst, most ghetto, gold part of the most ratchet part of America doesn't live in the African shithole that he lives in.
But it's like, if you're apolitical, listen, Boboli, if you're apolitical, you wouldn't care how Americans feel or don't feel about their president. Just the same way a lot of, like, I mean, we actually care about the politics in our own country, but I don't care what your country's politics is doing. So you can keep saying you don't care, but you clearly do.
To be careful, American politics affects your life a lot more than whatever country you're from. Politics.
Yeah, because white liberals won't mind their fucking business. That's why I keep saying what I say, Joe. It's not me being racist. It's a matter of, listen, white liberals would stop inserting themselves into their conversations. They would stop coming up into conservative Republican rooms in America. Okay? That has been my whole point from the beginning.
Not really. So as Republican voters, we're not really trying to win over the rest of the world as our friends. You know, that's not. We demand American exceptionalism, and Trump offered us the best path back to American exceptionalism. That's about all you need to know about why we vote for that.
That hurt the stock market here and there with a tariff or something like that. If that means we have to hunker down at certain so what? What I'm saying is that like the overall good. What is the overall good for all of our?
Others are talking. What's wrong with
No, it's okay, Sarah. Like it's nothing wrong with it. What I'm saying is that what Cole is going to sit there in his country, and I can sit there and quote Dr. Adams for you. Absolutely, that speech was beautiful. Or I could sit there and say, hey, listen, I've got a president who, regardless of anything, he wants to put Americans in America first. And that pisses a lot of people off. It really pisses. And I'm going to be honest, anybody that doesn't fall in line with that, it pisses them off. It genuinely pisses them off.
Keep telling you something. Right. You still believe you got a president in America?
You don't get to be as hated as Donald Trump.
You see, and that's how we go.
Everybody's by being riches of the list.
Nothing.
It's a collective group of people.
Well, are you from Jamaica? Are you from Jamaica, Bull?
No, I'm a who did that.
Where are you from?
I'm a who did that.
I don't even know what that is.
You don't know. I learned English myself, so my English is all over the place. But it doesn't matter where I'm from.
What country are you
The
from?
thing is, listen,
Bull,
Joe,
what country are you from?
Joe.
No, just tell us.
No.
What country are you from?
You don't have to say the city, the state, the diameter, like the location. You just say
What country are you from?
country, and that's pretty freaking not from
What
America.
country are you from?
Yeah, tripping, bruh.
What country are you from?
That's pretty weak, man.
That's pretty weak, man.
Like, don't be scared. It's just a couple Americans,
Be
right?
scared.
Hey, according to you, we've got a weak-ass president. Look at us. We've got a weak president.
You can't answer the question. We're going to move on.
Yeah, I don't know.
Exactly. Don't
We're
be
going to
scared,
move on
buddy.
if
It's
you
okay.
can't answer the question. Are you from Jamaica?
I don't have intellectual dishonest conversation with people.
You are the only one being intellectually dishonest. You're from Africa. You just fucking say it.
You're just
It's
interrupting me.
African.
But I expect as much from a chicken head though, right? Because that's what you are. You're a fucking wigger. You realize that, right? You sound like a
Do you understand what the word wigger means? Do you know what it means? What does it mean? from like
You're not
is he
arguing
from one of
against
those?
the bigger.
He's a white person that's acting like a black person.
No, he's from one of those Chicago. I mean, like several countries. Isn't it? He's from one of the Chicago.
Yeah.
No, but like I'll stop now. He called me a wigger. Clearly he's dumb.
It's a shithole, right?
No, I think you're confusing with the wiggers on the stage. I'm sorry, I said it only because he did, Joe.
Is that supposed to hurt my feelings?
What were the African countries that were shitholes? I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, keep looking for ammo. You should have done your research before you came at me.
Remember, Abby, he's probably confused
What kind of weed? Dark psychology is this?
I don't know. The last time I visited Africa, I went to a place that just stopped having slavery.
She stopped in, and then Abby came in. So I'm gonna let y'all know.
Sarah, as an listener,
Y'all sound like trailer trash.
I'm not on behalf of me being Sarah.
Kitty, can you leave a little bit of room for anyone other than you?
But like that's not even fair. Like Sarah, you're like a lot.
Not so much on Kitty, not too much on Kitty, but I did hear Abby's beautiful voice.
I love you, Abby.
Speaking, go ahead, Abby. Drag
Bully, are you Muslim?
Bully.
That's actually Sarah, you dumbass.
You don't know how to read.
Are you Muslim?
You don't know how to read.
I just want to know if you're Muslim or not. No, it doesn't matter what you write in your profile. I'm not gonna
Deflecting because you're a dumb.
No, look, only a Muslim man would look on this stage and there's three women. Look, you didn't pick some of the women. You picked every single woman on the stage, and you pretty much called them trash because they're speaking. Okay, which that's like signature move of Muslim men, which women shouldn't talk, and if they do, then they're trash. So, trust me, I know this type of behavior. I just can't tell.
Sounds
shithole
pretty
country
standard
it's acting like.
Islamic to me.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, this is so
Watch
difficult.
this. They're never gonna mute him. So.
Wow, man, Sarah was owned on that one.
Jeez, this is turning into a
And
fucking
guess what? That petting zoo animal is never gonna feel. That petting zoo animal is never gonna feel as tight as that. The 27 versions that y'all.
He doesn't know
It's 72, not 27.
Oh, that's right.
So
That's
just
right.
dyslexic.
My name's Sarah.
I think they're goats. I think they get goats.
Oh, no,
I think they're cooking the chickens. I think they're cooking the chickens in this one.
Mike, tell him. You don't know how to stop.
Yeah, but you know the
Wild animals.
the lab.
Here, these people, they like a pack of hyenas, bro. They actually.
Speaking of some pack of wild hyenas, I mean at least that's not a concern of ours, but it sounds like it is of yours. And the last president you probably voted for was Robert Mugabe, bro. So don't lecture us.
Whether I'm concerned or not. That's hilarious. You're trying to tell me. You see, I actually like you a little bit because you try to, save them. You get them cold. You're actually somewhat intellectual compared to Adams with the tapping shoes.
Oh my God.
And Sarah.
My name's
And
Sarah.
you have
Is that right?
Little Joe over there.
Look at him cooning for the white man.
Do you like how
What
he
a cool
added
he
couple
is.
men?
Adams.
Do you like how he added couple men to say no? I was wrong. Sarah was wrong. Sarah, I already followed Sarah. Adam, you're in our crew now. Hell yeah.
He's been in your crew for the longest.
Have we celebrated the injunction ruling? Have we had one of our Republican celebrations? They need Rydell or KK opening the champagne.
Yeah, we did it briefly, really early on, Abby, but yeah, that's a big win, really big.
The best,
So,
the best is, hey, shut up for a second, Paul. The best is the bench slapping that Comey Barrett gave to Kachangio, who is absolutely
like one of the worst jurists ever.
Is that what I saw? I saw something about a back and forth.
Oh, man, she took her down. She called her out in the majority ruling. I mean, it was amazing. I mean, she basically said, like, hey, idiot, there's a thing called precedent for the last 200 years. Remember what that is? Like, how about citing some law? And she called her out. It was great.
Abby or Matt, if you have a link for that, like I would love to.
Yeah. Well, you know what the thing is, but let me get the link on the actual. It's like a paragraph in her opinion that just says you're a fucking moron, basically. It's great. It'll be fun.
For the record, Abby is not mad. I've never heard this woman lose her cool since I've been on this app, and I feel like she's just having misinformation fatigue. And slight is radical Islamic fatigue, but I won't speak for her.
Also, I'm half black and I go by the name of Sarah, just for everyone's clarification. Thanks.
We're gonna attack you.
I ain't scared.
Yeah, I prefer truth over bully. I've actually I engaged with that guy a couple times already, so that's why he felt comfortable with it coming out here.
Ooh, thug bully?
Yeah, not thug bully, this bully guy, whatever they came up here. So I'd rather.
on this thing.
I sensed the transition when Abby brought up content, so I just set him down in the audience.
Yeah, okay.
The troll had gone on just long enough to transition out of the last content portion we had against the Democrats. So.
I actually thought he was going to put up a good fight. That's my apologies, guys, on that one. I thought he was good.
I don't know if you guys are aware, but this has been very nuanced in the Democratic Party. As far as a lot of Latinos that are now getting reparations and recognition. Did you guys hear that Jeff Bezos married his pet horse today?
We have IRGC on the stage too, though. Muhammad is IRGC. Ziarmal is an Indian troll. He's looking for a wife. He wants to come to America or a husband. Doesn't matter. Hey, Sarah, I'm gonna be honest. If not pointing that out, like I'm not hopefully sounding. I don't want to be Islamophobic, but had you not pointed that out, I would have never pegged that guy for that. I would have never assumed that was my. I grew up in Islam. Let me ask you guys a question. Sorry, do you guys think that being that Jeff Bezos is a Democrat, do you think that he married an Arabian horse or a Mustang? So, but I wouldn't even have pegged him for being anything more than being misogynist. I got the misogyny. Well, I mean, you're not pegging him. Maybe perhaps his new bride that looks like they were born with a dick. Maybe perhaps they're pegging him. But the Democrats, they have their richest supporter. Elon did a lot better. But they have the richest supporter that just married their own pet horse. That's correct.
Adams, I was literally I was staying at that hotel in Venice. Let's see, I got back to the States 4 days ago. And that hotel, they were gearing up because he took over the whole hotel and brought all his guests there. And it was crazy. And everyone was bitching in Venice. He was taking over everything and everyone had to shut down for him.
Yeah, it's Italy. A lot of them are Catholics. They don't support bestiality, and the man literally married a horse. So, it is.
I put the quote from Justice Barrett in the chat. You could read it.
Yeah, I thought about you after all the reports were coming out all day long in right-wing media that Jackson had issued an activist ruling. I was like, man, Abby was just saying this a few days ago. Did you call her?
She's horrible. I mean, but she had no law to cite. It was just ridiculous.
Yeah, it's really sad. Sometimes when I don't know, man, when she talks, it's almost as though it's for a popularity thing or
You know what I mean? It's for TV. It's for show. It's not even real. Like maybe I just have a different perspective when I hear or see like an attorney. Even if I don't agree with them, it's not like that. Like Housewives of Beverly, whatever. You know, when she does, when she speaks, it's just stupid.
She had a
Fucking stupid.
ruling in the case where they gave Trump immunity. What was that? What was that ruling that came out? And her dissent, she always writes the dissents, was the same thing, based on no law, and she was like ringing the alarm that if he murders someone, I mean, it was just like stupid shit. It was like one of the worst dissents. And I mean, she doesn't write well, but she has no legal reasoning. So what's incredible though is that the other justice like called her out by name in an opinion. Like I've never seen that done.
Thanks for putting that quote. Doesn't actually surprise me any, but I will say that like at one point when she did like during that Senate House meeting or whatever, I don't even think, but she said the thing in regards to us having due process, and I thought, and now that I have you here, Abby, I'm gonna be honest. For a second there, I was like, wait a minute, don't we all have to? I'm like, we should, and I was like, no, hold up. If they're not a United States citizen, why did they get our constitutional rights? And even if it was written within like there's got to be something that like has been amended since then. And that whole scenario, the whole scene of when the guy just laid it out. And you talked about the Alien Act and everything. And I was like, okay, she can't triple down on this, and she did. And at that point, I was like, I don't know why unless she's doing it for like a popularity vote. She's not doing it for Americans, that's for sure. You know?
No, she's, I mean, in her confirmation hearings, I guess the most famous moment was when they asked her what a woman was. That was pretty classic.
Yeah.
It's just funny because I don't know if you guys, why are you giving 100 to me? Zion, don't be a weirdo. But it's just, guys, very weird and funny how people who didn't vote for Trump keep trying to say that people who voted for Trump, they're like all upset. I mean, in reality, I don't know anybody who voted for Trump who wants their vote back. I mean, do you guys know anyone? I keep asking. I'm like, if anybody knows anyone, let me know.
Exactly, Sarah. Yeah, you keep hearing this trope that we'll hear all the way to the midterms. That's like just how that truth guy spoke about. He's like, oh, all you MAGAs are disillusioned and there's people going to be fleeing the ship and blah, blah, blah. It's like, these people have no clue what's going on with MAGA. Like, Sarah's not even part of MAGA.
I'm not.
And you know better. And you know more than he does.
Like, in the primary, I didn't vote for Trump. I'm a Republican, but I'm not, I voted for someone else in the primary, you know?
We forgive you.
And, well, but my point is, that should be like diversity here, right? That should show that I didn't vote for him for the primary, but of course I voted for him. And I'm actually very happy. I did not expect him to be so professional and achieve so much in such an early, time.
Yeah, he's owned like a boss. Hey, Abby, and now I'm looking at she left. Crap. Now I see what she's talking about, Joe. Like, that's Jackson. That's the one that looks like a little angel. Like she could do no wrong. And no, she said that? No, I had no idea. I was thinking it was the other chick. Yes, it was Matt, who am I thinking of? It was the other.
Amy Barrett, is that who you thought it was?
God. It's the one that's loud, obnoxious. She's really, she hates men. She hates Republicans.
Oh, the Sotomayor, maybe that one. That's what you're thinking of or something.
Black chick. Yeah, she's,
No, that's Jackson.
That's Jackson.
That is Jackson. Yeah.
Are you talking about Jasmine Crockman? Are you confused?
No. Abby got it. Abby knows who I'm talking about. Oh. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, she just gets worse by the day.
Yes, that chick.
So bad. She's the one who made fun of Governor Abbott in a wheelchair.
Yes, that horrendous human being.
Oh, you're talking about a congresswoman.
Yeah.
Yes, that's who I thought Abby was referring to, but no, now I know. That Jackson chick was the one with the pedophile stuff, and like she got grilled in the DOJ, and she was just trying to backpedal as to why she said it was okay. That's the Jackson chick, right, Abby?
Ketanji Brown Jackson is on the Supreme Court. Jasmine Crockett is Congresswoman from Dallas.
Yes, Crockett is like a she's
the one that got into it with Marjorie Taylor Greene. And
Yeah.
maybe she called her a butch something about her body, butch body something or other.
She has said a lot. She's like right up there with like AOC in my eyes, like something that should be just comical. It can't be taken literally. Apparently, it is. I mean, so the Democrats, I guess that's all they got, grabbing for straws at this point. But now, okay, yeah, that's who I thought you were referring to.
So wait, can I just ask Mohammed in the room? So Mohammed, you want to take out America? You think that Iran is going to take out America? That's what you're saying in the chat. Mohammed, cat got your tongue? He's not speaking now.
Muhammad, speak to us.
So you know that question you had about due process for non-citizens?
Yes.
So a dude like Mohammed will have the experience of life in Gitmo. So it's very limited on what due process got Muhammad.
Then that won't get his tongue. He'll get waterboarded.
Hey, Abby, did you hear about alligator Alcatraz yet?
Unbelievable. It's kind of like
I'm crying with joy. I'm crying with joy. We're going to be sending all these anti-Semites and all these people that are just horrible people to Americans to, alligator Alcatraz. It's going to be a beautiful thing.
So are they? I didn't hear this part. You gotta.
So this is Ron DeSantis. He has created a 5,000 person bed, on an island with a moat of alligators around it.
Jimmy Evergreen.
That's a moat.
It's the most beautiful thing, Joe. You gotta look it up.
What happened?
Ron
You guys
DeSantis.
not here.
Yeah, you know Ron DeSantis right there.
I voted
Abby,
for
you're
him.
the
The primary, I voted for him actually.
Oh,
So they found a spot. They found all the governors and asked them to cooperate with ICE and also find locations where they can take people when they remove them off the streets. So DeSantis, it was through it's the Attorney General in Florida, and I can't think of the name, who it is right now, came up with the idea of an area in the Everglades that's just this desolate area to build it there, and the only way out you have to go through it's alligators, snakes, forget what other animals.
Anacondas.
Yeah, it's true.
I love him. He is real. I want to see him become president one day. I really do. I love this man.
So they're building it, but it's like temporary, like kind of, it looks like trailers, sort of. And Matt, I think it's going to be open like in a few weeks.
No, it's only like days away.
Really?
Yeah, they've really made huge progress on it. I think there's an urgency for it, Abby, if you know what I mean. So.
He's really good. Abby, do you think he'll be a president or no?
I think that there's other people in line. I mean, he kind of bombed on those debates. Not that he wasn't really bright, but his charisma, like something just fell short when he was debating. But I mean, he's proven himself to be a great leader.
And he's like young though. He has time. Like he can like run you know, even in a decade or two.
You know, I was thinking is, okay, so maybe Ron DeSantis is not that good against Republicans in debates, you know, in that sense. But he did really good against Gavin Newsom, I think. He shined there, actually. So if he ever got a chance to actually face off against a liberal, he would actually probably do pretty well. Now, he would have to get through some really good Republicans. And I think that window might have closed a little bit. But to Sarah's point, Joe, remember we did see. Well, that's what we were saying, Joe. I think remember when we were like,
"Wow, we're to talk about Ron DeSantis's chances as a president." But go ahead.
No. I remember we were talking about because I think somebody contacted us and was asking us what we thought of DeSantis' performance against Newsom, and we're like, well, why didn't he show up with that attitude during? Remember that? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So. Yeah. So look. Ron DeSantis had a lot of pressure, and I don't think his heart was really into it. Because the moment he got out of the primary, it's like this whole weight was lifted off of his shoulders, and he was able to get back to being Ron DeSantis. Now, I like him as governor. However, I'm going to tell you, I've been following this for 3 decades now. There's one character issue that Ron DeSantis has a flaw in that I just don't think he's going to be ready for the main stage. And I don't like this rule of thumb for the American president, but they have to be personal. They have to be someone that you can sit down and have a beer with. Now, I wish it wasn't that way. I care about policies and the nuances of government and things like that, but the average American voter does not. And we can at least trace this all the way back to Ronald Reagan, easily. From Ronald Reagan, Clinton. Now, what you like about Bush or not, he was sly like a fox. He had his own witty way of coming across. We know Barack Obama had at least a good enough personality for the camera and on stage. Joe Biden was definitely propped up, but there was a time that Joe Biden had that, lack of better terms, that factor that at least in the primary, I did not see it this time by Ron DeSantis. I think when he's in a comfortable spot in Florida, when he's around comfortable media in Florida, he shows it off a lot easier. But he looked out of place when he was in Iowa running for the primary. So, I mean, that's my take. I have other thoughts about a lot of this has to do with what campaign managers get behind these people and what money gets behind these people. So I wouldn't discount Ron DeSantis out completely if he doesn't go with the same people that ran his campaign before. But if he did go with them, the same people that ran his campaign, I would definitely be out on Ron DeSantis. I'm out on a specific side of this party. It has nothing to do with Ron DeSantis. So there's other elements to some of these characters. But what do you think, Sarah? Do you think Ron DeSantis is, a politician that was personable? You could sit down and have a beer with and shoot the shit with?
I don't know. What I mean, for who though? Like, I don't understand it, like how it's relevant for someone who's becoming like president to have that, because I don't know, like, with who he's gonna be sitting down and having a beer for us to like worry if he can do it. But I see what you mean. I don't know.
I agree. I agree with your concern of it. However, it's something I've learned to accept as a part of American politics, more so than something I wish it wasn't. I don't necessarily agree with it, but until you got to learn. I recommend trying to learn to accept that as part of an element for at least modern presidents to win the presidency. What do you think?
Hey, Joe, you think Ron DeSantis is a conservative, right? In the true sense of the word, right?
Yeah.
Is that our modern?
Generally speaking, to a lot of degrees. He would be a conservative, and I think the brand conservative has
lost a lot of leverage too.
Well, that's what I was trying to ask. That's where I'm going. Is that kind of like he would be our flagship, supposedly right now for conservatism? Would that be correct, or who else would it be?
Kind of, but conservatism has gone through like there's different variations of it and different types of branding. I mean, Reaganism, which the Bushes wrapped themselves in, but they never really executed, was definitely the brand of the 1980s and 1990s and 2000s. But a lot of that has kind of lost steam. We've kind of moved into this, and I don't like it, but we've moved into where Republican voters, while they might not like the social liberal policies, like socially fiscal policies are advanced, they don't hate it either, if that makes sense. Like, we're not as fiscally conservative as we might have pretended to be 20 years ago, if that makes sense. I think some of the voters have caught on to the rhetoric of, conservatism over the last 30 years, that it just doesn't hold as much weight. I think moving forward, I think Trumpism, here's a good example of it. The Heritage Foundation has completely embraced quote unquote Trumpism. And if you haven't seen what the Heritage Foundation has done, and the Project 2025 and everything that the left cries foul about, they've adapted where the Heritage Foundation is, and the way to advance their ideas over the next 20 years is going based on a lot of Trumpism, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm following that timeline. I'm only curious because Sarah is a voter that we need to, keep around. They're still out there. They like that DeSantis. They like that particular appeal and brand. So I just try to figure out, maybe we don't have to get those folks, but I do think I think we should be able to bring everybody into the Big Ten. That includes, as much as you might not like it, I'll just take all the rhinos, send them all in there.
Hey, look, just to be clear, I'm a Big Ten advocate. I always have been. I've never been against the Big Ten. See, I thought when we had the Groyber adjacents on this app that were anti-Big Ten and saying it was going to be a failed perspective, like a failed concept. It's only worked for decades, is the Big Ten. And as you see the Democrat Party contract and start to have these tests of loyalty, they eventually chop out voters and push voters out of their party. So as long as the Republican Party continues to push towards the Big Ten, as Reagan said, the famous words, an 80% ally is not a 20% enemy, or something like that. I'm kind of paraphrasing.
But I got a question for Matt. So do you think, like, when you say, like, a voter like Sarah, but do you think, like, the MAGA and Republican Party, they're gonna, like, go into two separate directions? Because I don't see that happening, though.
I think that's already taken place. I think that train has left the station, Sarah. That's what I'm trying to get at. So I'm not trying to play you with Marshall. Marshall on the app.
Marshall is a Democrat. I don't care what people say.
There we go. Okay, I want to solve you.
I don't think so. I think he's a moderate.
He's a moderate, yeah.
Listen, I'm in that chat.
I'm not a Republican. I said Republican and MAGA.
I'm in that crazy chat of Gary's, and there's like 3 Republicans in there that we support each other. And Marshall comes to Republican defense. I mean, that chat's full of everyone from that other house. And I would say Marshall's a moderate.
Well, let me put it this way. I didn't mean to say that, so there's definitely a timeline here. We have the moderates, and to me, and Sarah's going to disagree, I'll just put Marshall there for now. my point was obviously, I do think the train has left, and I think marshals of the world, and I don't know, maybe Sarah, you haven't seen it yet, but I do think that there's a fork in the road, and I think there's this like thinking like either you're gonna come on the American train or you're gonna be kind of left behind. I don't think that's radical to say. It, I don't know, Sarah, do you not see that at all, or where are you
No,
on that?
because I never was a moderate. I don't consider myself moderate. I've been registered Republican forever, you know, and I never. I mean, when it comes to social issues, and like I'm kind of moderate or even a little bit liberal, you know, but I would like I am a conservative. Like I don't know. Maybe that's why it's different. But I have all these friends that they're like me. They were in like Becca, and I'm pretty sure they're not gonna go toward the left. I don't know.
The thing is, like, I get along with you really well, right, Sarah? And like, you never like have ever attacked me as being like having those MAGA like thoughts. What do you want to call it? Like I mostly get from everybody on this app in that way. So that's why I'm like, well, there must be some hope out there for conservatives such as yourself that we can still, drag in. I don't know why I'm making this hard, Joe, but I mean, what am I missing here? Yeah.
But I'm not against Trump at all.
I know you're not.
There's a miscommunication here. I cannot figure out what is that thing.
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out, Sarah. That's what we're talking about.
There's different flavors of conservatism. So I'm largely a paleo conservative. However, I've kind of accepted a lot of these populist ideas that something has to be done in the time, in the moment, right now, like rather than sitting around wishing for things to change. I think, for example, on Marshall's brand of the Republican Party, it's a relic kind of in the past. It's Bushism or Bushites, the way that Bush framed it was compassionate conservatism, which was still this big government type of apparatus that the Bush family still grew the federal government. I do believe I see Trump making efforts to turn elements of the federal government back over to the states. Maybe not to my extremist liking. His dismantling of the Federal Department of Education after this storm season. This will be the last year that FEMA operates in the current form it is. Soon FEMA, I believe, will become just a go-between between states and the federal government. So there are elements that Trump is turning back over to the states, which I think is a great path. I think Trump, in my opinion, is a moderate. I mean, if there's anything that is moderate, like closest thing to a moderate would be Donald Trump. And in what I've seen, I just think there's the big thing that Trump has is to his advantage is that he's against, or at least has built his image against the establishment Republican Party, the country club Republican Party, as we call it, and he was able to tap in and reach the blue jean beer drinking Republicans, and that is something that, first time in my lifetime that I've seen since. I was a child when Reagan was able to tap that element of the working class. So we'll see. This next go around, will the heir apparent, whoever that is, maybe it's JD. I'm not convinced yet, but maybe it is. Will he be able to tap the working class like Trump has been able to do? I don't know. It's going to be some big shoes to fill after Donald Trump. He could be I'll land right here. He could be a George Washington, where we're doomed that no one can fill Donald Trump's shoes because he's that good.
I literally was just gonna say that. I have a feeling. I think this is like just a unique moment in time, And I don't think that's going to be repeated. I don't know who else is talking, but go ahead. Cool.
I think Bud could do it.
I think it's more like Lincoln and Buchanan. I mean, right? You had Buchanan, who's probably the worst president in U.S. history, led us into the Civil War. And then you had Lincoln right behind him, arguably the best president in United States history. And I think Donald Trump is going to go down as one of the greatest presidents this country's ever had. In his decisiveness, the fact that he's done what he's campaigned on. He's given the American people what he said he was going to do, which is unheard of. It's a simple thing, but what politician does that?
Yeah, I think, the craziest part, I think most of us are 80s babies and seen him grow. And we know that factually that he's been lobbying with Democrats for almost 40-something years prior. So he understood their angle, their game. He studied them. He's around it for so long. And he knew when they interviewed him and they asked the question like, hey, if he was going to ever run for president again, would he do it? And his statement was, I would run as a Republican because those people on the right are too bright. Now, when he said that, I knew he wasn't talking about the general masses of but he knew that in the generosity of things at that specific time, America was leaning so left, but it wasn't in the left as extreme as we see it currently right now with the wokeism and all this weird shit that we see going on right now, guys.
I think he was talking about the politicians.
Yes, that's exactly what he was saying. But now, right, the status quo has shifted so fucking just extreme left now that most of us that have just logical thinking brains and aren't just victimized to the wokeism that's just played our country for so long, guys. It was a mandate. I just think, in my personal opinion now, and I've been a registered Democrat my whole entire life, and I think the last 2 years, this is for me, I am strictly a conservative now. And I just, for myself now, to see the direction that the liberals and the Democrats in general has shifted to, and as a father, as a hardworking Black American father here in the States, I'm like, I just, everything that these Democrats have been saying and doing for the last fucking 40 fucking years has not leaned or made anything better for this country. And I had to take it on myself and do the research and do my due diligence to understand what the fuck was happening right now. And coming from go ahead.
No, finish up.
So for me to come from a very military, I come from a military family, a very educated family, a hard-working family that came here the right way, legally, built a wonderful foundation on the stones and off the hard work and the blood, sweat, and tears of just doing things the right way and wanting and believing in the American dream. Nah, what the fuck is happening right now is not normal. And anybody that kind of doesn't have a waking normal cell in their hearts and their minds to see the direction that the country has been going for the last 4 years prior to him regaining office again. And from every campaign promise that he's made, he's actually, I don't see him doing anything different from what he's promised on the campaign road. And I will vote for him again if we had to again. It is what it is.
I want to welcome you to the Republican Party. Look, it's important. There's nobody out there that can deprogram the people from the mass media's psychosis better than us. There's no there's no place we can direct people to. It's up to you now to go out and teach others. We call it red pilling. Teach others about how you see the world now, and let them know that them damn Democrats are just liars.
Well, I think it's one thing to sit on this app and people talk and everybody's just patting each other on the back and it's like a big old echo chamber. It's another thing to be in the real world, right? I mean, you hear people like Rhea Penahi, I think I pronounced her name right, who's with Sky News. She was an Iranian citizen. She was born in Iran. She's fantastic.
And when you hear her talk, you hear her talk about that regime, how despicable it is, how they throw gays off of buildings. As I don't believe in the gay lifestyle, but to throw a human being off of a building is absolutely, I just can't think of the word for it. And this is the type of people we're dealing with. And so you have these people who want to pander to them and no, what they understand is brute force. What they understand is pure masculinity. That's what they understand. Who do you think they respect more? Do you think they respect Joe Biden or Donald Trump? I'll tell you. I'll answer the question for the slow ones in the back. They respect Donald Trump. Like him, who cares if you like him or not? And someone made a point about having a beer with someone. I mean, okay, whatever. But that's not the important thing. Whether you respect the person, that's what's important.
Do y'all guys like? Now I just turned 40 in March, so I'm kind of the millennial that's going through the age of Aquarius of awakening and absorbing all this new information for myself and just doing my due diligence and understanding what's the difference between the both. But as a military raised young man from both my parents, and I'm seeing that literally, whether this is just my personal opinion now, that it's literally a war on masculinity. Like all this fucking KGB fucking infiltration that they had since the end of the Cold War to just demasculate America has literally been working. Like all the subversion that they've been doing, and it's like, damn, like when Mr. Paparov was in the college explaining exactly what their angle was and saying that their plan was to literally demasculize the American masses right now, and versus the populace of masculinity that we had versus World War II versus now, I feel like my dad's an 82nd Airborne Green Beret, and he's explaining to me like the levels have changed so hard now that the guys that fought and died on the beaches of D-Day on Normandy and Omaha Beach are literally rolling in their fucking graves because if in the most hypothetical sense, if this country was to ever go to war again, we don't have men. About it's like half the country's these blue-haired, dyed-haired, green-haired weirdos, and then the rest of us that actually would actually go to war for this land are so outnumbered from the general masses that I don't. It's like it's almost scary now, guys.
Did you realize even in Europe, Poland right now, they just got a new president, Karol Nawrocki. They were protesting, they were screaming, Donald Trump. And they said, make Europe again. Poland just got that. They're making Europe great again.
Yeah, I think it's beautiful, which I'm half Polish, but it's going to, it'll take a minute. I think like even every other country is like a year or whatever behind, but like now it's catching waves. The woke crap, I think it's a fad. It'll fade out. Even those that are like strongly liberal, very progressive, even those that are like so far against anything that could be considered conservative, I truly think that like they'll fade out. Like I don't think that the woke crap is gonna last. But since I heard Joe talking about Reagan, it's like a minute, and then I've only played one other thing from the before, but like you got to hear like Reagan's idealism of where homelessness. And at first I was like, oh, did Reagan say that? But it's something that you guys should listen. It's just a minute long.
Little girl, what she wanted to do. I wish you asked my friend little girl what she wanted to be when she grows up. She said she wanted to be the president of the United States. Both of the parents, liberal Democrats, were standing there. So I asked her, if you were president, what would be the first thing you would do? Well, she replied, I'd give food and houses to all the homeless people. Her parents beamed. Wow, what a worthy goal, I told her. But you don't have to wait until you're president to do that. You see, you can come over to my house right now, and you can mow the lawn, pull weeds, and sweep my driveway, and I'll pay you $50. Then, I'll take you over to the grocery store where that homeless guy hangs out, and you can give him the $50 to use toward food and a new house. She thought that over for a few seconds, then she looked me straight in the eye and asked, why doesn't the homeless guy come over and do the work and you can just pay him the $50? I said, welcome to the Republican Party. Your parents are still...
Hey, was it?
Yeah, no, that's a classic.
Yeah, you said, my parents are still not speaking to me. I'm sorry.
No, that's a classic. Hold on. That's a classic by Reagan. However, people only know that through life experience. When you speak to idealistic people, it's different when they lack life experiences to realize that a merit-based system is the only way we get the best of people in leadership positions in our society, like it or not. But this rolls into my concept, though, about, I know it doesn't sound, and so I think Project brought it up, it sounds irrational to talk about, well, the voter really, the main voter just cares about if they can have a beer to sit down and drink with them. I know it sounds irrational. However, because many people that do vote lack life experiences to be able to relate to that story that Reagan just said. So, it's a simple test. I mean, sitting down and breaking bread with Kamala Harris would be an enjoyable evening, or would it be more enjoyable to sit down and break bread with Trump? I mean, this is the easiest answer there is. Tell Trump.
I'll talk about it.
See, so it's a very simple scale, and I was very idealistic when I first started following. I'm 42, but when I first started following politics, I was 14. Monica Lewinsky was how I got into following politics. I was fascinated by that entire drama. Yeah, it was so fascinating.
We were all fascinated by that.
Hold on, let me see.
So, but when I was younger, I just could not relate. I could not relate to the idea because I was idealistic. I was like, it doesn't matter that much about their personality. No, it matters about policies. It matters about merit-based system and all this stuff. Yes, all those points are very important. Don't get me wrong. Policy, ultimately, to withstand a movement like what Trump has built, had to be built on solid policy. However,
Joe, what I mean is, right, everyone feels that they could sit down, and God bless Jimmy Carter, I think he was a great man, but everyone feels that they could sit down with Jimmy Carter and have a beer with him. But he was a dreadful president. That's my point.
But compared to Reagan was much more charismatic than Jimmy Carter.
But even Reagan had so many missteps, right? Reagan was the one who had that big amnesty program. He said, this right here, when we do this.
Project. That's hindsight. I think it's about the run-up to it.
Okay, so what you want to do is you want to point out all of the things that Reagan did, which he did a lot of great things, but you don't want to look at the things that he did that set this country back.
Talking about electability. Hold on, Project. You came in a conversation that we were having with Sarah about Ron DeSantis's chances as his electability. And I pointed out and I gave examples that he wasn't charismatic enough to become the president of the United States. He could change that, at least what he gave us in this in the recent primary that occurred in 2024. So do you see what I'm saying, Project? So, but that's why I'm not trying to dismiss Reagan's policies and how they affected the country and the failures of them. Because I can rattle off about 5 of them for you really fast. But electability is before we know what their policies are about. Is that?
Well, I think it's absolutely fair, but I'll also tell you one thing. I am so, his stance, DeSantis' stance on this death penalty thing has really gotten me interested because I tell you, we're just coddling people on death row for, I think Florida just executed someone that was on death row for 50 years. 50 years, imagine that. I believe that if you commit a murder in this country and it's unjustified, that is to say you're not protecting yourself or your family, you gotta go. You gotta go. I'm so sick of people crying because these horrible, dreadful human beings are executed. So DeSantis is really getting my attention by getting some of these perfect human beings out of here.
My heart completely goes out to you, Project. I agree with you, especially like even my dad fought in Vietnam, and I'm gonna be 40 in September. But I still have to go with what Joe's saying. He's saying the electability, like the relatability. If you look at it, like you can say maybe during even the most conservative Christians can say, well, who are we to play God with people's lives? Let them rot in prison. Or opposed to that, you could say someone like, whether it was an auto pin or not, that was writing off, literally allowing unvetted people to open borders, people that are known murderers, convicted murderers into our country. So the relatability could, like, that's daylight and dark, right? I mean, but then if you look at DeSantis, great person, but still, you're not going to get that upper echelon of someone like Donald Trump who's going to think the overall good. What's the overall good for all Americans? And I don't know, it's unprecedented. I mean, it's such a flip-flop of where I looked really quite in despair there for about 4 years and pretty hopeless. Me as an American and how it personally affected me and what a disgrace, even though my dad passed away from COVID, if my father was still alive, to see the way that we were running, like the country was getting ran, as opposed to now. And I think that's, I don't want to put words in Joe's mouth, but I think that's what he's getting at, and I have to agree. Like that's what sets, if Vance really, like I'm saying, yeah.
I like Ron DeSantis. I work in Florida. I like his policies. I think he's done a hell of a good job. I think he's been a great governor. Take nothing back from him. I just think the general election is a different animal, is all it is. And I don't like it, but it takes people being, I mean, I don't know how, I've been voting Republican since I was 18. I've never been a Democrat, and I've never fought for it. And largely a lot about it was when I was young, I asked my dad, how do I know if I'm a Democrat or Republican? He says, well, look at them both. Look at them both, and the one you don't like, well, that's not who you are. So keep in mind, I started following politics during the Monica Lewinsky scandal. I said, well, I don't know if I'm a Republican, but I sure as hell know I'm not a Democrat. So that's kind of how I got started.
You don't like
Oh, just that he lied to our face. That he literally came down and said, I did not have sex with that woman. And then when the blue dress came out and was exposed first by the Drudge Report, because Newsweek sat on the story and the media colluded to cover up the Monica Lewinsky blue dress story, I realized right then I was not a Democrat. But I had the privilege of being raised by a Republican father that exposed all this to me at a young age. But here, look, I got a question for anybody that has been a Democrat and now has recently voted for Trump. How much more are you involved with following the news today than you were in the past when you were voting Democrat? That is a very good question.
I think as a former Republican, as a former White House appointee, as a Republican, I've got to switch more to the Democratic side.
Really? So you're saying like
Gringo, but thanks for sticking your head in. Easy, go ahead.
I absolutely,
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to stick my head in there.
I said for the people that were Democrat voters, how much more are you paying attention to the news today?
yeah, but the news is different, Joe.
Hold on. Gringo, you're going to find out. I'm very pro echo chamber. Like, I love echo chambers. I'm not ashamed to admit it. I love having great conversations with like-minded folk. So, easy. I think you wanted to answer the question, and then we'll go to Abby.
No, I did. I'm gonna be as poignant and summarize this as best as I could. I would say that I've caught both sides telling lies, right? And this is just from my political awareness, and I would say this started with 2002. So this is in the beginning of Bush Jr.'s first term. So that's kind of when I became politically reflection and be able to come to my own rational decisions, I realized that I'm speaking as a black man too. On top of all that, so let me make that a very known fact that on the left, from us being hereditarily voting Democrat and just being liberals, and I said the same to myself. And like you said, like you know, as me being an informational sponge, I'm asking my dad. He's very, very in the middle. I would say he never leaned left or right. He's always been more of an independent. Whoever was going to make our lifestyle and the way that we live easier, that is the way that my dad kind of voted. But he still didn't lean left, if that makes sense to you. But for my own perception, I've come to the conclusion that once I realized both sides tell lies, that all politicians lie and kiss babies. And once I realized that shit, I didn't really go with the notion of going with the general politician. So when Trump first came along, once I seen Trump coming down that fucking escalator, I knew right then and there that this was going to be something fucking different. And once I started doing my research and understanding the whys and hows, just to understand why he looked at certain things the way he did, and knowing for a stone cold fact that I'm not going around with the mantra and think that this man's a racist, because I've seen him lobbying, supporting African Americans for the last fucking 40 fucking years, and on so many levels, that I wasn't going to go on the political orange man hate train of thinking that, oh, this man's a fucking racist. So for once I peeped that somebody's actually for the American people, somebody's actually trying to, this is the first president, number one, this is the first president in American history that's auditing the government itself. That to me alone tells me everything I need to fucking know right then and there, that he's not part of the political fucking train on both sides. He's an anomaly to both sides of the politics. You see the Democrats, and still a lot of conservatives don't stand with him because he's just such an anomaly. And I knew that he's for the American people, yeah, he's for us, and even speaking to African Americans himself, he's literally made the point to talk to us specifically. The first president in human history I ever say, hey, African Americans, you guys built this fucking country. I've never heard no fucking president in my life ever say that. I don't give a fuck what nobody says. That made me feel like, okay, he acknowledges us for the first time. And not for the first time, but just in general, all across the presidential board. So to your point, Joe, I am a proud conservative, and I never see myself ever voting left ever again in life, because now I know the truth. I've took the pill, and I can't, like Dick Gregory said himself, once you put these glasses on and you know, you see the reality for what it is, you can't take these glasses off, and you can't expect anybody else to wear them with you. So I do see the world the way I should do. So I guess welcome to the conservative party.
I have a question for you. How did you deal with Obama as a black man? Did you?
Oh, that's a good question. I'm gonna summarize this because I just did a little rant. At first I was very happy because I'm thinking that the powers that we're actually gonna have somebody go into office and actually speak and represent us in the most upstanding way. But I knew after I think like the first 6 months, I knew it was a political ploy to kind of upholster the Democratic vote around that time, because I think there was like a lot of racial instability around that time, and I was very young still. And so I was in college at the time. I was going to Wake Forest University. I was living in North Carolina in a predominantly black town and all that stuff. So every day I'm coming out of class, and these guys around outside the dorms and outside the college classrooms, just, oh my God, we're gonna vote for Barack, or he's gonna change America, blah 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 blah. And don't get me wrong, it seems like as soon as he got in office, everything he did say and represented was for gay people. which I have no problem with, but he didn't do anything for us as a people, and that for me broke my heart because I didn't see anything other than him passing education notions and being able to get some education and things like that. Like other than that, he really didn't do anything for us as a people, and I feel like that was a political ploy by the powers that be to kind of like quell the black people and chill us out for a little while.
Yeah, but his VP said that he knows the truth, and that's it. If you don't vote for him, you're not black. I mean,
He did. That's the when once he got on the Breakfast Club and said that shit, that I was literally flabbergasted and highly offended. But like Joe is really genuinely racist. Like he has a racist history, he has a history of supporting racism, like supporting absolutely horrendous racist people. If there was anybody that I could ever call blatant fucking racist, Sleepy Joe is one of them. It is what it is. I land there.
Wholeheartedly agree.
Spot on. Yeah, no, Joe Biden was definitely, he not only a racist, he was a segregationist. I mean, to imagine all the shit talking the Democrats did from 2016 to 2020, and they delivered us a senile segregationist as the solution to all that shit talking. That's just, I mean.
Did you see the last his outro speech probably like about a month and a half, 2 months ago when he was at the rally and he was speaking about like how he's with his mom and it's like, oh, how come these black kids can't get on the bus? I was like, you fucking shitting me? That was literally the most racist speech I've ever seen in my 40 years of fucking life.
I used to see the black kids that they used to stick my dick in the swimming pool. They used to grab my dick and say, "You got hairy legs."
I can't believe his presidency didn't end. I forget what occurred just days later. I think they initiated the impeachment against Trump for the Ukraine phone call. But when he had come out and said, "If you ain't black," how did he say? "If you're not voting for me, you ain't black," or something like that. When he was on the Breakfast Club. Oh my gosh, that should have been right there at the end of it.
That right then and there should have been the nail in the fucking coffin. And it technically was when you really think about it that way.
No, the real fucking nail in the coffin was when this motherfucker got up during his presidency. Like, this motherfucker got on stage, and this was missed amongst a lot of people as far as like verbiage. See, You Ain't Black was like a prequel. It was like a foreshadowing of the mentality in the what do they call that? The audacity. Because during the first couple months or whatever, this motherfucker gets on stage and goes, it's not about requirements or some shit. We gotta up our vaccine requirements. And then he goes, it's not about freedom. Where because we had our patience, but our patience is running thin. That's the real one right there. That lets you know that like if these people, it pissed me off so motherfucking much that I wrote a fucking song. I wrote a fucking song, put it on YouTube. Like yeah, fuck Joe Biden.
Can I say this real quick, guys?
This I gotta play just a little bit. Hold on. It's a new song, yo. Check it out.
I've been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. They don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Okay, sorry, I'm gonna get in trouble by Joe. Love you, Joe.
Hey, yo, every time they make a fucking soundbite of him, it's fucking hilarious, bro. Like, it fucking is, and like, I live in libtard, Massachusetts. Like, it's literal libtard hell here, and I am like probably out of like literally I'm like I make up a 10th percentile of conservatives here in the state. Like, so it's extremely weird here, and we have the governor, we have the mayor, and we have fucking Pocahontas here just making life fucking hell for us. And we're on like this. we're trying our best to get these no disrespect to the ladies, but we're trying our best to get these weird bitches out of there because they're destroying this fucking state on so bad that, you know, Massachusetts has been voted #1 on so many wonderful things: education, healthcare, just, you know, work. Like I can't really complain too much about my state. I love it here because once the logical thinkers get to voting and making very pivotal changes for our kids' futures, I can't complain about that. But once my state is spending $1.4 billion to house immigrants and ignore U.S. citizens that's been on waiting lists and things like that for housing, and we got a government grant for almost, how much was it saying, $2.3 billion for housing veterans and U.S. citizens, and the state has not built not one housing complex with the federal aid that the government has given to the state itself to house said people. That's when I started knowing that some fucking shit is just not right on the political scale with these liberals. And it started scaring the fuck out of me. And not even that, our veterans here, our residential veterans that gave life and limb and given their souls for this country, and all they want to do is have a roof over their fucking heads and being able to find a valid job so they can take care of their responsibilities. And these people are just giving these billions of dollars in housing these people that illegally, and then we watching our fucking mayor go into the Senate and say, I don't know where this money's going, but we could go on mass.gov and see, we're really literally in real time reading the receipts that her and Healy are spending insurmountable amounts of money housing and paying for hotels or that, while ignoring homeless U.S. citizens.
Yeah, I was in Georgia when Lake and Riley died. I was sitting there fighting homelessness myself and sitting there doing everything I could to just be a good American, person, just regular. And then I'm sitting here and then I look back at it and it brings me to tears and makes my stomach in knots when I think about how much I struggled. And well, now, I mean, I think there's hope because of Trump, but I mean, like, I think about the hotels in New York and like the fancy, they were put in like destroyed. Like,
four-star hotels.
Destroyed those hotels. I hope they did. I hope it just wrecked. Like,
hey, Kitty, how about? Do you remember how hard they was gaslighting and carrying water for this dude, like wiping his ass literally, like in the news every step of the way, like. Do y'all remember that shit?
Now they give me shit, especially the libtards. I mean, I don't even want to say libtards. It goes past that. It's those crazy Trump transgender woke people like my friend Liz, who will sit there and still defend. And I'm like, how stupid do you have to be to just, man?
Kid, look. I think you just hit. I think what I was trying to make, you just did it just now. It's common sense and logic has complete. They are trying to indoctrinate. Logic and common sense are not good in general, in the general grand scheme of everything. They're trying to purposely make us fucking dumb, put a blindfold over our eyes, pee on us, and tell us it's wonderful tropical rain.
Yeah, but I mean, like, we can go through history and we can say there's definitely Republican presidents. There's certainly times where it was like, hey, man, I don't exactly agree with that, right, and I really wish the party wouldn't do that. Or we could look at times like Joe brought up, like, boldface lied to us and said, I did not have sexual relations with that woman. And it was like, okay, or we could sit there and say, this is beyond a cover-up. This is beyond an or in their own best interest. You know what I mean? Like, it's not just like a little, it is just treating every American as though our democracy doesn't matter. It's not just pulling a wool over our face. It's saying you're so stupid as an American voter. I value you as an American so little that I think you're so stupid as to realize what we're doing. Like, I'm glad Doge pointed it out and said, look, here's all these NGOs, here's all these, millions, if not billions of dollars getting put right in the pocket of, yeah, you laugh, but you look at it like 70% of it never left Washington, never left their own fucking, like,
to prove your point, Kitty, look, they were using the DOE as to wash money right in front of our faces. The DOE wasn't even doing his job. They literally were just shuffling trillions of dollars through the DOE and using the DOE to wash the money of all the insurmountable illegal things that they were doing that we can't even fathom.
Yeah, you wonder why our education is shit. You wonder why, our national deficit is where it's at. And it's sit there, and you don't have to ponder it. You can see it happening right in real time. In real time, and then you hear like if you have a few unfortunate woke like super left right, like they'll so subscribe like it's a biblical truth to a CNN or one of those like major news networks without ever like asking them asking the question like, is this really the gospel truth? Is this right? Or what I'm going through, what I'm seeing when I go to the grocery store, when I see what's happening, 13 dead American Marines. I mean, you sit there and you question things like, I don't know if this would really be what is best as far as us being like the global police when we have all these deaths with fentanyl happening and somebody that ODs from fentanyl next to you, and it's just like, wait a minute, why are they like so prioritized? Like, well, why are they caring so little? And now what I hear from them is saying, well, let it go. He had dementia. It was cognitive disabilities. Why won't they just let it go? I'll tell you why you don't just let it go. Because when you let it go and you let an auto pin of a few fucking, I'm sorry, Joe, but like people like Nancy Pelosi and whatever goons are allowed to like cash checks that they can't that when you let it go like that, when you don't hold people accountable, then that's when you just don't care. You don't care about your country anymore. You don't care about if we have borders or not. You don't care if we live or die. And you sure as fuck don't care about the men and women that risk life and limb protecting constitutional rights that we hold dear, that what makes our country the greatest country ever. That's what happened. That's why we care.
Can I ask this absolutely general question? And the only reason why I'm asking this is because I did my research and I said, so as I did my research about a couple months ago, I see that most media chains, mostly about 90% of them are all ran by Zionist Jews, right? Now, I specifically don't have a problem with Jews, but I'm starting to see the pattern here. Now, most liberal media news outlets are controlled by Zionist Jews.
No, they're not. They're not. I'm gonna push back on you on it. I'm gonna push back on it.
Go ahead, Abby.
So all I'm saying is most liberal.
If you do research, you're gonna see it in mainstream media.
If you're triggered because by the word Jew, I apologize.
No, yeah, I actually am, but
it's obvious.
I also know how to respond.
It has nothing to do with the Jew.
Yeah, it does. It does.
Because
it does.
Oh my God, here we go right now.
It does.
So all right, so if I
you were doing great until you went there.
I don't want to go back and forth, but let me land, then you can do whatever you need to do with it.
Thank you.
Once because it's very easily Googleable information.
Yeah.
What I'm saying in general
So
is
let's go
not
through it. If it's easily Googleable, stop for a second. So let's go through it.
This is like you are triggered, and it's not mine, that's Brian, that's Danny, but can I finish my point? Thank you. Can I finish my point? It's fine that you are triggered.
Why are you acting like this?
It's fine that you are triggered, but may I finish my point?
Izzy, why are you acting like this?
How is she?
What am I?
Like she's talking. Like why can't you mute and let her talk?
She's trying to correct misinformation.
Right, let's let him finish his.
That's all I'm saying. I can't make a point if I can't finish it. Most liberal media outlets. Thank you, brother. Most liberal media outlets are owned and controlled by Zionist Jews. Stone Cold fact.
Okay,
Correct.
so let's
You
go,
reported, you've repeated, let Abby now respond to that point you just made.
okay, so, first of all, most media outlets are publicly traded companies. And we can go to these publicly traded companies that trade either on NASDAQ or, I mean, each one. So you want to go with mainstream media? First of all, it's a trope, and what you say is absolutely like probably up there is like one of the number one anti-Semitic tropes that ends up getting people hurt and ends up getting people, you know, it causes horrible issues for people in the United States and around the world when you say things like this. Same thing as banking, but we can go through this. So if you want to talk about NBC is a publicly traded company. So by Comcast is publicly traded. There's lots of different shareholders. You know, Fox is Rupert Murdoch.
ABC.
They're Australian. They're not Jewish. None of
Disney.
Was it ABC Disney?
Yeah.
Was it ABC Disney?
Which, by the way, the Disney family was actually
anti-Semitic.
No, and they were Protestant, so they weren't even Jewish.
Right.
You know, people try to push this agenda.
And Abigail Disney, the daughter,
like it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, so easy. What I guess I'm trying to say, and I go through this with banking, because like every single major bank in the world, I can go through like, you know, and I have to deal with this. Like the chairman of the board of whether it's Deutsche Bank or it's Chase, same thing. They're like O'Connors and McGregors, and I mean, so it's just very disingenuous. And the point when I hear it, like, what the hell? Why would you say it? Like, what are you gaining? You were saying some very wise things, some things that made sense to people, you know, and it was relating to a lot of the stuff you were saying. Until you go down that path, like, why? You know, and I will tell you. So, very loud and clear that probably 1/3 of the money that if you want to jump on Jewish control or Jewish money, 1/3 of the money that went to Donald Trump's presidential campaign came from Jewish sources. Okay, so if you want to say it's liberal Jews, take a look at who funded his campaign, how much he raised, and where the largest donors came from.
I don't want you to lose the largest point, though, Abby. What her largest point was, and I think it's something easy you should address, rather than getting into the minutia of it, is that those media companies are beholden to their shareholders.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you respond to them?
And don't forget free market capitalism. I mean, it's fine.
It's not necessarily with the carriage package.
Yeah, that's
CNN, did I skip CNN?
it wasn't any trope that I specifically know. It's the word Jew that kind of.
No, we're Zionists.
Come on.
Too.
Yes, because
let's stay on topic.
Yeah, because I don't want you to think I have that specific problem, or I look at where the money specifically
Well, and by the way, easy.
Like, bro.
Don't grow me, but easy. By the way, majority of the Zionists in the United States are evangelical Christians. Just so you know.
It seems like you're even more triggered. Why do you have to be so disrespectful? I don't understand.
Are you okay over there? Like, is this your first time on the internet? Who's being disrespectful right now?
What do you also saying on stage is saying, like,
Nobody did it because the word Jew specifically, I hear what you're saying, but you're literally sitting there saying
you're talking about, okay, are actually supported by American pensions, American 401ks, right? So I mean, let's not sit here and just like let's assign like a race and a demographic to it. It's crazy what you're saying.
Finish my point in the first place, but I was cut off.
And let me say something, and then you can go to your point, Easy. If these media companies were all owned and controlled, then why every mainstream media outlet except for Fox. Okay? If we controlled it, then we would be able to have really good media about.
I'm talking about the
But it's
money.
alternative. It fucking sucks. We have to fight it
The
every day.
money, whether we like to admit it or not, the money is controlled by that specifically.
What money?
Yes,
The
money.
Yeah, but
money.
The money.
point. You're saying that.
No, I'm not. But but see, no, she's more offended by the word by somebody else saying Jew rather than the fact that that has nothing to do with nothing. And then whoever the cheerleader was in the back saying.
No, I'm not a cheerleader. I'm just saying, if I put myself in your shoes, if I put myself in your shoes, okay.
Hold on, let me interject you. Look, Abby's very fair to talk ideas with. I had raised points regarding a Jewish organization and Catholic charities involved with how the shipping of the migration of Central and South Americans up to America occurred. And she challenged me on it, and I was able to clearly define and explain and pointed out the different subjects of it. That's all she's asking is for you to.
Right, and I have no problem with that, but all that extra.
Listen, I understand, but I think she's made a really good point that the media companies are beholden to their shareholders and also their advertisers. So it's not free market capitalism based on viewership, if that was CNN, but it's not. Yes, it's.
I totally agree with that. That's not my point.
Yeah. So then, how do you address who owns? Because you're saying it's the money. Well, the money is generated from shareholders and advertisers.
Correct. But at the end of the day, we still don't even know that the money is generated, but we know that it is what it is. That's going to be more monotone based. But me seeing Zionist Jews has anything to do with
You go right back to trying to bring up the Zionist Jew aspect.
Right, no, because at the end of the day, I'm from Massachusetts. I'm raised. I don't have a problem or any type of racist views or perceptions about that. But to understand somebody's view, you have to let them fully explain what they're saying. That's literally what I'm saying to you, in general. So my only point is when we go back to the media, and I'm only talking about a specific time. So if we go back then and we look at how everything has generated, so most of us were decided that. The best way I could possibly explain this is when I was in high school, and I'm like the token black guy in high school, and I'm watching my Jewish friends, watching my German friends, my Irish friends, my Italian friends. They like most of them, like I'm third party watching these guys have these same types of conversations, right? And this is just the general, just me just watching and soaking in the information. I don't have a racist bone in my body, perceptually, physically, etc., etc. Maybe the way that I said it's a little bit broad, so that it triggers people, which is totally understandable. That's not my angle. So when I'm listening to my friends speak about these things, whether or not we want to say that the money's being funneled through shareholders, pensions, 401ks, etc., from what I was explained to by my friends that are Jewish, that all that shit is just cover-ups to basically exceptionalize certain things. Now, this can be arguable because there's no ground of paper facts about this.
Cover up for what?
Go ahead.
Cover up for what?
Well, because of just general perception. So when we're looking back at certain things, when they're explaining this to me as far as just who's controlling the money and as far as liberal general views, it's split in my own personal opinion, in a way it's explained to me, but half of it is from the Christians, the other half were from Zionist Jews. It has nothing to do with any kind of racism.
Why do you say Zionist Jew?
Because he's heard the word Zionist and he doesn't know what the word Zionist means.
What? He doesn't at all. Why do you say Zionist Jew?
If we could get down to the nitty gritty,
why do you say Zionist Jew?
No, and I mean this, I really mean.
There's such an irony to it, guys.
I really,
you all know the irony,
because
right?
there are, the original people are from that, aren't even fucking white or fucking pale. That's a fact. So it's an incorporated religion that was stolen from people of fucking color. That's a fact. If you want to dig down to the fucking nitty gritty.
People of color?
No, yeah, the whole idealism of Judaism in the fucking first place.
Is what?
Yeah, people of color is conceptualized by people of color. Nobody originally from the fucking Middle East.
What do you mean people of color?
No, people of color originated the whole entire religion. It is whole.
What color?
Literally.
What
people
color?
of color. Brown skinned people. Hair of wool. That doesn't fit the description of somebody that's blonde, blue hair. Like that doesn't fit.
Wait, you said brown people.
We can speak with that. You get what my point is? Like, I can give you fight backs about facts and things like that because it is, at the end of the day, it's just religious dogma.
Wait, you just said Jews stole the religion from people of color. What color?
Yes, their religion is from people of fucking colors.
What color? What
Nobody
color?
from the middle. You don't see blonde hair, blue-eyed motherfuckers come from the Middle East. What the
Yes,
fuck?
you do.
What are we talking
Yeah,
about?
you absolutely do.
What?
I think
No, come on. Are you kidding me right now? All
Easy, hold on just a second.
Earth hit Ricky.
Bro, y'all are shitting me right now.
Easy. We just had this conversation last night. Noah is blonde hair. So we talked about this a lot.
Bro.
How long did we talk about this last night, right?
24,000 times.
Wait, people
Like, and I don't even like to get into dogmatic conversations because literally, this is besides the point that I'm trying to bring to the I'm just talking about money and the perception of people. Yeah, it's trying to
I'm not judging. I'm just asking a real question. Now I am asking a question because I'm not. Obviously, I'm Christian. I'm not Jewish. Okay. So are you or were you raised in a concept that like someone that would be Hebrew but considered like a black Hebrew Israelite? And I don't want to put that down because I know like if a white person asks me,
let's just say this.
No, it's important
that's
because
your
the reason
general
why I'm asking that.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Okay. All right.
There are no white people that come from the Middle East. Period.
Excuse me?
If you look at the 5,000 years of history, no white people originally come from the Middle East.
Hold on. Let me ask this. Hold on, Kitty, I'm from Iran. What are Iranians, Izzy? Iran is Persia, right?
They're Persians.
Okay, and it's been around for 75, it's been around for 7,500 years. What are they?
With the last 5,000 years of war,
What are Iranians?
and interracial mingling has changed certain things.
What are Iranians? Where's the word come from?
You look at the history, these are not original.
I'm gonna blow your mind when I start talking about the Canaanites, the Amorites.
Hold on, Kitty. I want to give him a list of countries that are white in Middle East. This dude doesn't even know anything.
Where's the word
Look
Iran
at the
come
map.
from? Hey, Sarah, where's the word Iran come from? Right? Aryan. Right.
But what about Turkey? What are Turkish people? Are they brown?
Abby, moreover, where does the word Semite come from?
Well, but the irony is the original Aryans are Iranians. How long, Joe? We were talking about this last night for like 2 hours.
Yeah, we actually had this conversation last night, Easy.
And the only reason Iranians, Abby, they have a lot of like, now I don't want to sound racist or anything, but listen, the only reason Iranians, they have a lot of like, darker, genes mixed with them is because the Arabs, the Muslims, they just keep coming to Persia, war, rape, taking slaves, and they go and just play this like, oh, we're these innocent people game. Like anybody who wants to ever like talk about how Arabs fucked white people, they should look into the history of Persia. I'm being very serious because
what this guy was saying, guys, is when he said people of color, he's not talking about brown people. Because he came out and just said he's BHI. So now you're hearing what as soon as he said Zionist Jew, I knew it was just right there.
What is it? Why in your mind when you think of that I feel or look at
And let me give
anybody
you a
that takes up a racial
reality.
view like that?
Let me
That's
give you a
crazy.
reality. Okay? Jews are 0.2% of the world. That's it. And in the United States, 2%. The majority of the Zionists in the United States are evangelical Christians, which are, the movement is over 10 million at least, more than the amount of Jews in the entire United States. We're like sects.
And I don't care. I continue to defend my brothers and sisters that are Jews. I don't care if they said crucify him right now. My whole point is, hey, buddy, listen to it this way. If you're looking at somebody, and I'm not just saying October 7th, like throughout history, if you consider yourself, throw religion completely out of this. Not that I'm Christian, you're BHI, forget that Abby's Jewish, all right? So let's throw religion completely out. If you consider yourself an American, and you're proud that you're an American, and whether or not you want to fixate on certain aspects of where people are more rich or more intelligent, or if it's a Zuckerberg instead of a Berninsky that owns a social media site or a bank. What I'm saying is, if you look at it on face value as an American, what do you protect? You protect hopefully yourself and your family first as an American, and then outside of that, what's next? Your allies, okay? I mean, just look at it in face freaking value. That's our ally. I mean, I know you've been lied to a lot, and I'm sorry that you have been, but just try to remember that.
Okay, so with that being said, that would be a reason for me to look at said people as if they're bots or anything like that, which I don't, because the first person to bring me outside of the United States was my Jewish godfather. I don't feel or think that way. I'm talking about the bad guys that control the money in all financials. It's really that control specific things. That's it. That was the main reason.
Is it the Rothschilds? Show me on the Jewish doll.
No, it's just whether we like to admit it or not.
No.
We know stop. It's a fact. Whether we
What's a fact?
CDC,
What's a fact?
people in the government, where certain things were implementing and shaping money around, they were intermingling with each other, and they found facts about it. It just
money.
is what
So
it is.
let's talk about money.
It has nothing to do with religion.
No, easy. Let's talk about money.
Or anything to do with that.
Let's,
I know it's hard. It's very triggering for some of you to understand or comprehend, but it has nothing to do with race or any type of dogmatic type of argument that you're trying to make right now. Literally. It has nothing to do with any type of dogmatic argument that you're trying to make right now.
Many of us have talked politics for a long time, and the points you're making aren't necessarily new to us or anything like that. So, if you'd like to, we've had a good conversation. We can at least pass it around and let people share their opinions on it. It doesn't necessarily mean you're.
Yeah, I don't
regarding this.
I don't like I agree with you, because I don't like the
I'll give you an example.
Say that I'll give you an example. Racist bone in my body.
It doesn't matter, but I'm not. I mean, look, we're not Democrats. I'm not gonna say.
You have
to understand. I'm not gonna tell you how many black.
Whoa.
I'm not gonna tell you how many black friends I have to qualify myself as not being racist.
And I would
wait a minute.
That's just not how we're talking here. But know this. Look, the largest Zionists in America are white evangelical Christians, and I live in the Deep South. I'm familiar with this. We, at least we can. Let's at least try and make poignant remarks and be careful with our words.
May I be a lawyer for a second, guys? So I'm going to go through, because he started with media. So the CEO of Time Warner is John Stanley, not Jewish. The CEO of CBS, George Cheeks, not Jewish. CEO of News Corp is Robert Thompson, not Jewish. CEO of Disney, Bob Chapek, not Jewish. CEO of AT&T, Randall Stevenson, not Jewish. I mean, so that's some of the top media companies. Those are the CEOs. The ownership are publicly traded. Now, if you'd like me to go to banks, we can go through the CEO of Citicorp, Chase, Morgan Stanley. I will own the fact that Goldman Sachs is run by Jew.
Let me ask you.
But every other one is not. Deutsche, Credit Suisse, not.
Right now, let me ask you, Abby, real quick. The number one media source today is X, the app X. And who funds X. Who did Elon get his money from? The
Elon,
Saudis. The Saudis.
Saudis, yeah.
The Saudis funded Elon's purchase of X.
Saudis also funded Uber, by the way. I didn't know if you knew that. The money behind.
So there's a lot of different cultures involved with America's landscape. It's not just the Zionist Jews.
Yeah, I would never say that it was just the Zion Jews by itself. My main only case in point was money and what they invest money in to specific viewpoints of how our perception works within the country. Before I was cut off, that was my only point. It had nothing to do with race, religion, or any dogmatic views.
Easy if we controlled the word that was coming at people, if we controlled what information is coming out, then again, I would say, if I was arguing this in a courtroom, my logic would be very clear that we would have a message in the media that would be very pro-Israel, and you wouldn't see all the shit you're seeing coming out of Gaza on all the mainstream media outlets, where it's painting Israel as the quote genocider or the aggressor. You wouldn't see them saying Israel's bombing a hospital when in fact then it ends up at a parking lot next to the hospital.
I would say to that specifically that is more along the lines of perception, because I mean we look at it, I mean Palestine and Israel have been fighting for fucking 5,000 fucking years.
May I finish? We're not controlling the narrative. The only network that the narrative has been fair on has been Fox. That's the only one. And it's owned by
I'm not
an Australian.
That, by the way, right? I'm not arguing that. I'm saying when I specifically watch the news, right? I don't see the liberals really victimizing and making Israel look like the villain. In my own personal opinion, because I have family that I love that are Jewish. I love that I will literally kill for them. It just
but
is
what do you watch? What media do you watch?
No, I don't believe in liberal just media. I don't listen to left or right media on just TV.
So what do you watch?
No, I mean I get for my information. I'm more of a researcher. I go
you
get
just
my own
said that the media's message. It's controlled.
Because that's
so
just a general
what are you
perception.
watching
That's not just because
that?
I'm saying a general perception. That's not my personal beliefs.
Where do you get that perception from? If you're not watching
because of media and what they say, that doesn't mean I believe in it though.
The media.
Yeah, no, I say that. I see it. I believe it. You're nitpicking at things that doesn't need to be nitpicked at. Because I'm telling you on my own, but I'm telling you on my own what my perception is, not what you think.
But you just said you don't watch the media.
Yeah, no, I don't generally watch the media.
You got a biased perception. So what I do is
I'm saying that listen, you understand what I'm saying? I could be at my job at work, sitting on my desk, minding my business. Okay. I'm not necessarily, and the TV's playing it on its own. Do you get what I'm saying? And just because I hear it, listen to what I'm saying. Just because I hear it on the TV, I hear what the message is on the TV, it doesn't mean I perceptually believe in said message. Do you understand what I'm saying to you?
Yeah, I can.
That's all I'm saying, literally. No, that's not my
general perception.
When is it on?
No, I get it.
I try to play devil's advocate. So I looked at the top Jewish, most outperforming people right now. And honestly, now I'm just even, come on, whiteys, like, smarten up your game. We got to do better. But all right, here we go. Mark Zuckerberg, CEO and founder of Meta. Larry Ellison, that's Oracle. Larry Page, founder of Google. Sergey Brin, co-founder of Google. Yeah, I mean, like, this is probably where he's getting his news from. Think about it. Michael Bloomberg, okay, there's one, a financial data media company, former mayor of New York City. Then you've got, the last ones are Adelson, that's widow of the casino.
Here's the Mavericks.
Yeah, but don't forget Apple News either. But please don't forget them.
Excuse me.
Wait a minute.
Miri owns a fucking basketball team now and a casino. She doesn't own the only media outlet she had was a newspaper in Israel. No, she has it anymore.
Exactly.
RJ in Vegas.
These are the leaders, dude. Like, I'm listing you all. You can Google this. Like, okay, then you've got Len Blevnik. That person, now that sounds actually kind of Polish sounding like, but it says investor with interest in aluminum, chemicals, music with Warner Brothers Group, biotech, and media. And then you've got Offer, I'm probably saying it wrong, OFER, involved in shipping, real estate, and other investments. And then the last one being Michael Dell, founder of CEO in Dell Technologies. So regardless of all of those, and this is the top leading all the way up to 2025, is still not proving your point, man. I mean, I would sit there and actually, if this is the case, if by some chance, and I'm reaching here, brother, to say that maybe there's some truthiness, which there's not, behind what you're saying, you're just getting lied to. But let's say there was, I would then even then say, wow, man, I live in the greatest country in the entire world. If I want to be the smartest black guy that outruns and performs every white kid and every Jewish kid, I can do that. Why? Because I'm an American. And then do it. Say, haha, Jews, see, you don't win now. Like, that's what you can do. But instead, you get all of this, dividing and division of Americans, because that's what they want the crap you to believe.
That's the point I'm making, literally.
It's not true,
That's all I'm saying. You just said it for me. I perceptually of myself, I don't believe that, but that's why it's important to let people finish their points instead of jumping to conclusions. And I'm sitting here defending other POVs, which that literally what you just said was my point. Literally.
You said that we stole the religion.
I did not say y'all stole anything.
Yes, you did. I heard you say it.
What? Y'all stole what?
You did say it.
I said that Zionist Jews stole what?
The religion from people of color, that it's
the people of color originated the fucking religion themselves.
And I asked you what color.
About that shit.
I asked you what color.
There are
and
no
you refused to answer.
look, one thing I don't give a fuck about. I no disrespect. I don't believe in racism. That's not the way my father was around. And I mean, there are no pale people that come from the Middle fucking East originally. After raping, pillaging, invasion, and thousands of years of war, yes, now it does. Without a fucking doubt. Nobody can argue that. Originally, nobody fucking blonde, blue, pale comes from the fucking Middle East. It is what it is.
Yes,
I just listed all the countries for you.
Did you take
anthropology in college?
Did you study anthropology in college?
They are like I read. Imagine a Caucasian person 5,000 years ago coming from the Cape Horn from Johannesburg, South Africa, and literally telling you that they originally come from there. People of color originally come from these lands. People of color, right? Nobody pale. People of color, brown, black, dark, like people of color.
Izzy, where did white people come from?
Nobody
where did white people come from?
The Middle East. After thousands of years of war, invasion, rape, yes, now they do. If we go back to rape history within the last 5,000 years, I'm being so serious, 5,000 years, where rape history, you go down to the libraries of the they just started crossing the Mediterranean from northern Europe down to south to Egypt to learn and things like that. Originally, white people were a rarity. Then listen to what I'm saying. In the Middle East, Northern Africa, you didn't see those people, bro. After years of interracial mingling.
Hey, easy. Look, let me give some insight here. It's really easy. Are you familiar with Grok? Because you can download the app. It's really easy to ask this question. You know, I asked the question, have any white people historically been from the Middle East? And it actually confirms some of the places that some of the commenters here have been trying to tell you that there are historically lighter skinned folk, one being Turkey, another being Syria, another being Iran. It goes through, even in the Levant, some of the Canaanites varied in appearance due to influences from the Greeks. So, like, in what period of time are you even, like, trying to establish here? Because there is evidence that lighter skinned folk have come from the Middle East or dwelled in the Middle East at certain periods of time.
So who originated from America?
I got a question for Easy. Easy, I'm gonna ask you a question. Okay, I don't know what your beef is, but this is an easy one for you. All right, how is it that there are white people if we all came from Africa?
Those that originated from America would be definitely some of the Choctaw.
Black people created white people.
I was asking Easy.
Wait a minute, I just heard black people created white people. Today just became my secret.
Yeah, y'all didn't know melanin can create any color, any race.
No,
and y'all didn't know.
I can't get a rational answer out of Easy now.
As human, we don't know if that person was really black. Easy,
you know that. No, you shut the fuck up. Okay, good.
It's ridiculous.
The thing that I don't understand what these people
It's
try to
ridiculous
say
to
when
write the
they.
black thing as well. This is an American.
Easy, I was asking you a simple question. If we all
No, but that's the, I wasn't aware when you asking me a question.
Easy,
Easy, can you?
Okay, great, got it. Okay, got it. So, the question's really simple. If we all originated from Africa,
Right.
why are there white people?
I said, why are there? It's a fucking genetic defect. What the fuck?
I'll tell you what's defective. It's this thing in between your ears. Fuck, so.
What?
Yeah, but if you say that's the defection, then we can look how Africa is run. It's almost need to be European, Asian, or Russians to build up your country. Yeah.
I agree.
Where were the
I'm
first,
born and
where were the
raised
first
daily by
civilizations?
the
Hold on,
blacks
hold on. Where were
on
the
this
first
app, though.
civilizations? Easy. Did you take anthropology?
You said
in college?
where were the first? Where were the
Archaeology?
first?
Yeah. Where was the first?
The cradle of the Mesopotamia, duh.
Oh,
Well, the first civilization, but not the first place where life started. Like, that's two
yeah.
different questions.
Where were cultures? They were before Sumerians. Which are the
Before
Mesopotamians? Before the Sumerians. Yeah.
In Africa, duh.
Duh. How about South America? How about the bottom of South America? Were there people there?
Look, this is the one of the biggest cultural. Nobody knows.
It didn't start in Africa.
Hold on.
It did not start in Africa.
I'm
And
halfway agreeing
where was
with you
the?
now.
Hold on, easy. Do you believe in the Bible?
You can't ask
Do
the
you believe
question
in the
and not let
Bible?
me answer the question. That's
No,
just
I'm
fucking
going to ask you.
ridiculous.
Do you believe in the Bible?
No. That shit has been rewritten 24,000 times, and the most important parts of it have been taken out. And literally, the Catholic Church has been hiding the most important parts of the Bible from the.
Okay. The Garden of Eden, Gan Eden. Where was it? Where was Gan Eden? Where was Garden of Eden in the Bible? Because they talk about the four rivers that it's located. Where Garden of Eden in the book of Genesis? They talk about the four rivers. What are the two main rivers? The Euphrates and the Tiger. Where is that? That's not in Africa. It ain't anywhere near Africa. Where is the Tiger and the Euphrates River?
Modern day Iraq. Good to the heck. Do I have some sort, yeah?
He doesn't know anything.
Who keeps muting my mic? Who keeps muting me? That was.
Did you know that it was Iraq or Iran?
I just literally just said the Tigers of Euphrates River is located in Iraq. That is general information. Let's obtain the cradle of civilization is located in Iraq. Okay, what's next?
Wait a minute. No. It's not Africa, right?
What?
Yeah. Exactly. I mean,
Why do you keep saying your own answers and then get mad because you're saying the wrong
no,
answers?
but she's asking you a very definitive question. She's saying Garden of Eden in the Bible. Whether or not, if I really wish.
Like, do you know that's a dumbest rhetorical question? Nobody knows that. It's all
In the
speculative.
Bible, it talks about four rivers. Do you read Hebrew? You're a black Hebrew Israelite?
Yet again, right? No, yet again, I don't represent that. I'm speaking in general grandeur of information that is just
You said
substantially
you read
available to
Do
everybody.
you read any Hebrew?
Do I read any Hebrew?
Do you read Hebrew? I can read
No, I don't. Why would I read Hebrew? I know actual real Hebrew Israelites that come from the east coast of Africa. Yes, I know actual original Hebrew people that come from the east coast of Africa.
They read Hebrew? If they're original
Yes, the original Hebrew people that come from the east coast of Africa.
So do they read Hebrew? If they're
Yes, they
original Hebrews?
Yes, they do.
You know,
Okay, so
they
if
are
you're-
reading again. It's been hard to
Yes, they read the original Hebrew people come from the west, the east coast of Africa. It's a stone cold fact.
Are you talking about Ethiopia?
Now is when I say you can't say stupid again.
But no, but I mean, this is fact though. We're not talking about speculation here. We're talking about the original Hebrew people come from the east coast of Africa. What are we talking about right now?
I asked you.
They ain't blonde hair, blue eyes, and they ain't come from the Middle East.
Blonde hair and blue eyes.
No, I'm just saying, man, they're not white. No disrespect, they're not white. Sorry to break it to you.
Look, I'm gonna ask you this question, and I don't really delve into this topic too much, but, and I mean no disrespect in it, but if white is a genetic defect, how come throughout history, darker skin has always been,
Conquered?
you know, well, disregarded? I mean, even in cultures in New Orleans, light-skinned black folks would not let dark-skinned black folks into their social clubs. So there's always been this. There's always been this. Let me just finish my thought and ask you the question. There's always been this prejudice towards darker skin, even from folks that you would classify as black today. So why do you think that has always occurred if white or light skin is considered a defect?
478 years of self-hate is still the source as a people.
No, easy. No, Joe, that's an easy. Hold on, Joe. Easy. Wait, hold on. What?